This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Bom dia, bienvenidos, and what's good, friends? It is the BSC presented by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's your boy F. Dot, and I'm joined here by Trav and Kenny. Kenny, good to have you here in South American region.
Good to be here. This region's always a lot of fun to watch. As you described it earlier, it does have some anime energy on those player cams, and it's always a good time. I'm very excited.
Trav, always good to see you, bro. How's things?
Honestly, it's great. After Europe yesterday, I'm expecting more fire from the championship in June, and I'm sure South America are going to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, this anime energy for sure. Real quick, let's just do some housekeeping. This is our format. If you're just joining us, you're jumping into the midst of it. We're on our second to last month of competition. The way we do it here is power match format. So we got picks and bans. We got an 8-team single elimination bracket for you guys. We'll show you all of the energy. And then, of course, it's best of fives from quarters to grands the whole way through. We have a whole qualifying thing beforehand, so we really got some of the better teams here, and we have come to see some reliable, renewable faces. So as far as we're concerned, like I said, we're in the penultimate month. We have a bunch of months that happened beforehand, and just last time around in May, Trav, we saw some cool stuff go down here.
Yeah, we really did. I mean, we started things off, obviously, Team Queso against Space Station Gaming was the semi-finals, and it did go Space Station's way 3-0. Both of them succeeded in those quarterfinal matches in a swift fashion as well, sweeping through both of those. In the other semi-final, it was Mini Pekkas versus Ristu PL, who had, Ristu PL had a bit of a tough fought quarterfinals to get to this stage. Mini Pekkas swept through theirs as well, so we did have quite a few sweeps, but it did go Mini Pekkas' way 3-1 in that semi-final, and then Mini Pekkas showing up in the grand finals as well against the big dog Space Station Gaming, taking the victory 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, Mini Pekkas is the squad on the rise up over there. You see, that's the type of energy we're talking about. These guys have fun, but they leave it on the field, Kenny, too. Space Station Gaming, the numero uno team, but we definitely have some squads. Like I said, we have 2 months left. We've got some implications this month to begin with. We might be giving some teams some tickets today, but you definitely got to be looking at these numbers for the big picture.
Absolutely. And like Trad said too, it's Mini Pekkas who got the victory last month, but Space Station Gaming have been on top of this region all year long. I've been impressed with Mini Pekkas as we progress, though. They've seemingly gotten better every single month, going from semifinals to second place to finally getting that big victory last month. We just got to see if they can challenge Space Station Gaming once again, but if Space Station Gaming can do good work today, they can try and lock themselves into some World Finals type stuff.
Well, SSG is going to be the first matchup that we take a look at today. They're going to go head-to-head against iWorlds, but we'll also be showing you the Mini Pekkas and Olimpo squad matchup. Again, Mini Pekkas, that team on the rise. Don't worry, though, SK Kalalas Marahuecas and Team Queso versus RDP. We also got you covered on that. That's over on the B stream. Shout out to our friends Sunny and Wiggly, who are going to be nailing that broadcast for sure. So you want to catch all that action, we got it for you. And all 4 of these matches, I think, are going to be really dope. All eyes on that Space Station Gaming quarterfinal for sure, Trav. But if I asked you to take a look at one of the other 3 matches, where are you looking?
I mean, I think you've got to look all the way at the bottom of that bracket as well, to be fair, but that Mini Pekkas versus Olimpo squad game is going to be an absolute banger. Comes straight after this as well, but don't get me wrong, the matches on the B stream, equally as close, I feel. Maybe even a bit closer.
Yeah, we're bringing you the action, and I'm making it easy for you to find the action as well. Event.brawlstars.com. You can find our stream. You can find Sunny and Spoo. You can also find some predictions and a whole lot of fun stuff. You can find some free things as well, and I know that's the term that you guys want to hear, so go ahead. Again, event.brawlstars.com. Do all the good stuff and find all the action right on over there. So as the BSC trudges forward, like we said, this is where you've got to put up or shut up. So Space Station Gaming, I think, some expected outcomes as iWorlds get their toes wet and Space Station have just been swimming. But as far as the other predictions, Kenny, why don't you talk me through some of these quarterfinals?
I feel like this is another one. Yesterday we talked about in an EMEA where usually quarterfinals, there's a little bit of controversy. There's some doubt in my mind. This time around, I feel like it's mostly straightforward on paper, at least for those first three. Quarterfinal 4 is one that I kind of had a toss-up with. The Kings of PL is the one that you're going to end up going with. They had a phenomenal previous month. Just a destiny to lose in that semifinals to mini Pekkas, which could also happen today. But Team Queso have yet to fail to make a semifinal, so I'm kind of relying on this consistency from them. Other than that, though, I do feel like it's a pretty close one. I mean, there's not too much thought that goes in my mind there. I feel like both of those teams are going to be very solid.
Yeah, that's really the thing here, is that most of our squads in the South American region are kind of evenly matched. You get the idea that this is a tight-knit community, and I think that their Scrim world winds up being kind of lending itself to that evenly matched individual kind of gameplay, Trav. So taking a look at these squads, we've been here for a little bit. What can you say about the past couple of months in general before we dive deep?
Yeah, I mean, the past couple of months for these teams, especially Space Station Gaming, have just been, for the most part, on top of the world in this region. There's a little bit of, well, there's not a little bit, there's always a bit of pushback from the boys on FA Mini Pekkas, and especially last month, Space Station did just fall short in the grand finals, as we just showed you in that little recap. So they've got a little bit of repairing to do. Some things definitely need to be fixed, but I can't really say that they're going to have too many issues against iWorlds. I kind of looked at their roster just before the stream, and I was like, I'm not really seeing too many familiar names here. We did kind of pick one out that has shown his face before. It was a long time ago, I will say. Nice shot. But iWorlds obviously have a pretty, slim chance of beating the Titans in Space Station.
Yeah, Golden, Nubis, and Nice Shot. Nice Shot is a guy that we've seen up here before. A number of different teams last year, not much success. A couple of different teams in 2022. Portuguesa Esports is the one that we really got a chance to see him on the stage. But it's been a long time, and this is a new team. So Golden and Nubis next to him. We'll see how these guys can slide. You know what? He's got the bucket hat. I think they're gonna win. That's enough for me, Kenny.
It's that simple. It's that simple for you, huh?
It's that simple.
Dress to impress, look good, feel good kind of mentality, Tom. I get that from you. I respect it, though. iWorld's obviously going to be in a position where they're taking on the best team in this region, at least for the most part this year. Last month went a different direction, but Space Station Gaming are very solid. This is a team with a lot of experience in Adino, Coyote Dog, Firecrow. These guys need no introduction in this region. I mean, they haven't always played together. They've been mixed and matched over the years with different rosters and teams, but all of those teams have had great success at the world stage, not just this region. That's a tough introduction to the monthly finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad where if you picked out somebody on this team in these jerseys and you told me that they're the best player in South America, I'm having a conversation with you, but I'm not dismissing you. Kyle Dog has time and time again proven himself on everything from the stew to, just pick something else. Firecrow, also a phenomenal player that has inspired a number of people here in the South American region. And so this isn't a squad. This is the squad. They're number one in the region, and for my money, they're the team to beat.
I can't disagree with you at all. I will say they are the team to beat, and as I said, they were beaten last month, so definitely some reparations here and there that need to be made. I can't see them having too many issues against a team like iWorlds, unless they just completely come out of nowhere and are just one of the best teams in the region. Space Station should be able to dismiss them fairly easily and move on to those semi-finals. I think Space Station are one of the teams they've just got bigger fish to fry. We see them consistently getting further and further down this bracket. So just a solid team with three incredible players who have shown the face, as you mentioned, across multiple rosters. But these three are real big names in Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I mean, last month was the first time these guys didn't win. You know, we saw SSG win the first time, the second time, but last month. So, you know, I'm the guy that recency bias rules. I'm the guy that asks, what have you done for me lately? And lately, Space Station have been slipping a little bit. That said, iWorlds should be a litmus test. Just, have you actually slid behind, or are we going to see the real SSG? Trav and I on the mic for this one. We'll catch up with Kenny a little bit later, but overwhelmingly, looks like our friends are leaning towards the black and yellow. iWorld's 8% going with the new guys. I like to see a little bit of love for them, but ultimately I think the expected outcome should be on the left side of the screen, and we'll see how it all boils down from there. Jumping into Gem Ford here, bands coming out, no Nina Crow or Jesse, no Melody or Draco. He's going to be a topic of conversation. And the Angelo band leaves Sandy to be first pick overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's high up on that ban race as well. You can see it there. I will say, you know, Rosa has slipped through as well. Melody is banned out. So maybe that's something that Space Station will kind of opt towards, the amount of grass around the sides and in the middle of this map. Obviously, that's not Gem Fort. That was Shooting Star you see in the middle there. Amber's going to be the choice from Space Station. So maybe not going for the Rosa. They might kind of slide in and just have one side grassy, one side not, as Amber's main objective is to just get rid of the bushes and, you know, play some range, just keep them out of the way. And Jean going to be sliding in as well. Vision gear with this brawler, unmatched to be able to see what's going on in those bushes.
Definitely leaves a hole in the SSG composition. When I look at the Gene, I want to see him combined with somebody that could really punish after the pull. The BB's going to show up, and honestly, BB is not a brawler that we see too much of, but can make it work here for sure, especially when you look at the walls and how you're going to be bouncing that bubblegum. But Sandy, BB, and Max, an interesting combination. I love seeing melee brawlers teamed up with the Max. Just allows her to actually do what she wants to do. BB, that is.
Yeah, I look at this combination of brawlers from iWorlds and you know, I like it. I really do. You know, the speed is going to, you know, go really well with the BB and the Sandy, get a lot of sandstorms, and then BB's going to thrive even more. At the same time, you look at that SSG side, they're going to have so much visibility, they're going to be breaking down bushes, and the Colette brought in to be able to counter out that BB tank is definitely a great shout from them. And at the moment, the range is just not going to be matched at all through this mid, as they're playing Sandy through it. They're going to have to pretty much have him or the Max as that gem carrier, and it's not really going to be paying off too well from off the start. But the bounce back is insane.
Yeah, nice shot. Had this flank for the entire time and waited, and then found their moment. Max speed is going to keep iWorlds on the offensive, and so right away, iWorlds have the lead here. The one concern I have for iWorlds is the idea that this comp is largely dependent on the BB, but I guess she did the job. So cool. 7-0, says iWorlds.
Yeah, look at Golden's position now, getting pretty much just peppered down from range there. Oh, Paul almost makes the connection. The phase shift away, and a nice little knockback there from Kyodog. Gadget going to be there from Firecrow as well, but Nubis only needs one more to start this countdown for iWorlds. And Firecrow just waiting around this gem spawner, trying to prevent it from getting. It might have been extended. It does go down, but the super from the BB, the Colette coming in doesn't pick up any gems along the way. Nice shot, one shot as well, doesn't fall, which means that it's not really the best hands to have the gems in.
Oh, they're low, but a missed Gene pull means that there's a chance. 25% for both of these players. Nice shot, takes care of the right side flank, takes care of the left side flank. iWorlds are the first on the board with game one.
Extremely unfortunate Colette super in the end there, straight against the wall, when I feel like it should have just been directly onto the BB, and that's a kill. But look how happy that man is after beating Space Station in the
They're not.
That's the only way you're going to be able to win it. You know, getting that early game, that early sets against Space Station, throw a bit of a spanner in the works, and, you know, really make them question themselves.
The Colette last pick against the BB was fantastic. Getting that percent damage against a 10,500 HP brawler is thumbs up, dude. But it did not work out there. You lamented the missed super. Those missed supers are going to lose games. This nice shot wins another duel, tank versus tank counter. So iWorlds with mid, they had mid control, but Adinho and Firecrow stepped up, and now Space Station in the driver's seat. iWorlds need to fight back into this, which should prove harder than standing on the point.
Yeah, nice shot. Going to try and make a push inside now. Super from Kyodog once more. Gotcha Gadget being used now. Firecrow comes through with a burn. Hypercharge there as well from the Colette, but no finish off on Golden just yet. Eventually does fall down. And this time it's Space Station with a decent lead. It's going to be extended just a bit more when these gems continue to spawn. Make it 6, but the Sandstorm going to throw a bit of an issue in there for SSG.
Nice Shot was looking for the flank, but comes in the mid to use the Sandy Super and just walks into business. Space Station Gaming completely negate the Sandstorm. And a little bit rude there as the pull from Adinho takes down Golden, and this one should be Space Station's all the way home. iWorld is going to have to make a full-on onslaught here, and Nice Shot is the target and just keeps falling down.
Firecrow no ammo though, and now coming in, the pull's there, but it's so low. Firecrow might go down here, and that's going to reset the count. Still don't think there's enough in the mid, but Nice Shot's going to continue this aggression. Carry on coming forwards. Nubis does have a speed here as well. Surely going to want to provide it to the Sandy or the BB coming up, but Nice Shot finds a flank through, and this pitch is going to be dangerous. Still 5 seconds on the clock. Nice Super coming in with the hype charge. Adinho so low. Kyodog needs to tank that, but he's not going to try, and he still doesn't find the shots regardless of no tanking in there. SSG just hold on. 250 HP over his head, but the gems remain.
MVP of that match, Kyodog. 100% saw what was going on, knew that he had to focus the BB every single time, and then when we were on the defensive in the countdown, repeatedly just supered the BB. That's his entire job. If you took all of Colette's buttons away and just said all you can do is super Nice Shot, Space Station might be able to win. That's his entire job. He did it, and they took game 2.
And he's doing it again. You know, another kill with that super coming through from Kyodog. Nice stuff there. They really do need to just carry on, you know, putting Kyodog on that matchup and just pocketing Nice Shot, because he has been the man making all the issues happen for Space Station. Golden just trying to flank around this side, needs to get those Sandstorms to be able to make anything happen. Gem count so far is in the hands of iWorlds, evened out by Adinho now, but a nice flank coming round, and a gene pool missed early.
Comes BB from the backside. One goes down, and the second does as well, thanks to the hit from Golden. And so it's 7-0. And Firecrow half HP, but on the right wing, waiting for his team to go ahead and join. But Anubis goes ahead and pops the super. Nice Shot takes down the Amber player. And iWorlds are not healthy. They have a bunch of gems in the pocket. Kyodog takes down Golden, but with the countdown started, again, not very healthy, so not written in ink.
That's the pull he needed to make, just stopping the BB from getting that escape. Golden being burnt down on this right-hand side. Nice Shot going for the same flank once more, and it's been working in the past, and it needs to work again for him now. Comes out of that bush, though. Sandstorm going to be dropped down. You'd expect Golden to fall, but the pinch doesn't pull through, and they're starting to get this mid-control back once more. Firecrow has a gem in hand as well. Kyodog with a super onto BB once more, carrying on that dominance of that side, and that's exactly what Space Station need, especially with that hypercharge rolling in.
Smart stuff coming out from Space Station Gaming, really using their brain to win this one. But here comes Nice Shot, full HP, afraid to step forward. Probably a good thing to be afraid of. Colette tackles him and shoves him out of the contest as well. So 9-8 as iWorlds has regained mid control. And they're going to get aggressive here. Firecrow, double kill for Golden. Just like that, Kyodog hanging on by a thread. He'll go down, but there's another countdown for the Red Squad.
Not for long, the pull comes through again, and just an overstep from Nice Shot once more. Starts the countdown for Space Station, and there's no equalization from the mid for iWorlds. They need to push, they need to get the pressure on, just like they did in that last game. But they need to pull through in this one. Golden, low, does fall down. Nubis pushing in, now comes Hypercharge. Super back from Kyodog. Nubis going to land straight on the gems. Nice Shot trying to take them, but stopped by Firecrow. He's going to go for the ones in the mid and try stop Nubis from grabbing those as they can equalize this one out, but it's grabbed by Golden, and nothing else hits.
5 seconds left. iWorld's backing up. Kyodog doing the absolute opposite, dive bombing the enemy team. And Space Station Gaming take game 3 in set 1.
Well, iWorld's definitely starting off really strong there. Good turnaround yet again, and it's just more of the same, to be honest. It's that late game pressure that the BB provides, and then they all just swoop in and take these gems all the way back to their spawn. And look how pleased he is. Space Station feeling defeated. And I mean, this is the thing. This is what I said at the start. If you want to beat Space Station, you've got to start strong, you've got to start fast, and you've got to bring back that first set.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, that last bit, I gotta watch the replay. I thought Space Station wound up taking it. Oh man, a miss from me here, but a big picture was really what I was focused on here. I loved the draft coming out from iWorlds, and then the response of the Colette. Kyle Dog's entire job was to just take care of the BB, and it worked until it didn't. So, man, my apologies, friends. iWorlds takes the first set, and that's, like we said, a little surprising given Space Station's relative dominance in this region. But, you know, we are going to remind you a couple of times that last month was the first time we caught him slipping. So stuff like this is how iWorlds is going to be. Dude, look at Kyle Dog just taking care of business here in game 2.
I mean, Nubis should have got the kill there as well, I won't lie. That should have been probably 2 in a row for iWorlds rather than Space Station getting one of these games as well. But to be honest, you know, we know the matchup for Colette's good into a BB. It's a good matchup. It's one that it should win. But on this map, I'm just not convinced by the Colette, and I'm sure the stats are going to prove me completely wrong as well. I'm sure they'll say he did well. He got kills. He did what he needs to do. But I feel like there's just better options there, at least for me, as a last pick into the BB. 10 kills for Kyle Dog, 13 for Fycro, and 7 for Adinho. But Golden sitting there on 12 with a Sandy, 6 and 9 there for Nubis and Nadeshot to finish things off for iWorlds, and they just start really well against such a strong team.
Rarely is it that I challenge Trav, especially when I literally called the wrong team to win the game. But Kyle Dog, dude, the Colette was perfect because not only did it provide the damage, 471 on the DPS chart here, but it provided a little bit of control and pushback. That BB shows up and Colette from a distance can glomp her and deal a ton of percent damage taking her down. So I like, maybe we see a, you know, I would be amused by a Cordelius or something like that who's also doing the same job, but not only is she damaging the BB, she's also controlling it a little bit. I love the choice.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm very happy for you to enjoy it, but you know, just for me, my eyes on it, it was kind of like BB got a lot of kills on them from the back lines, and if you got something that can scout the bushes better, that's more for me.
Okay, I respect that.
Phoenix in the knockout set, really good map then for Space Station to kind of slow things down, balance things out, and come back stronger.
Knockout. I better see a kit ban. If I don't see a kit ban, I'm adding you on Twitter. No, seriously, I think that we've seen a number of regions kind of really understand how drastically kit changes the rules of this game mode. You know, the kit buster is kind of the go-to, but we really see her on any sort of tank, and there she is, banned out on top alongside Jean and Mosquito. And then iWorlds, with the first selection, gonna ban out Jean, Tick, Buster, and pick up RT first overall.
Well, we know that the RT is good at range. It's good at close range towards the end as well, when you drop those legs. And obviously with the gadget rework, you just press it, you get your super back, and you can go straight back to where your legs were and go back to that sharpshooter form once again. The marking towards the end as well does so much work. Pearl, we saw this come out a couple of times yesterday in EMEA. You know, we haven't seen it in a while. It worked a couple of times. It didn't work a couple of times. But it's just so good towards the end of knockout, especially when the mids is closed off as flaring Phoenix. You're going to be knocking back, dealing damage, breaking walls, all that kind of thing. They're going to slide in with a Barley as well. Throwers, they're just so good, and especially with Tick banned out, I do kind of rate the Barley.
Yeah, Barley we've seen a little bit more of played as of late, as the Melody comes down, and she's definitely one of the stronger brawlers that you can kind of take anywhere. So an interesting look. The Pearl is really where I've been scratching my head a little bit at the resurgence of Pearl as of late, not just in the South American region, but other regions as well, as you mentioned. And Dynamic Michael showing up. Huge damage out of this guy. So iWorld's giving us the fun stuff with Dynamite, Melody, and RT. That is a ton of damage.
Well, this Melody's really going to have to pick the matchups well, because I find it quite rare to see a Melody picked into a Pearl, because, you know, your exact objective is to get into people's faces and use those notes surrounding to deal the damage, and Fycro's just gonna be able to press a super and, you know, knock you back, deal a load of damage, and then follow with a few shots and finish you off. So definitely gonna have to head towards this Barley, pick the matchups correctly, and then Shelly's gonna roll in as well as another defensive measure against that extremely aggressive Melody, and try cut off that avenue that iWorlds are gonna be able to try and use. Yeah,
this is gonna be tough for iWorlds to play into. Just Anubis has one target, and it's Barley, and that's pretty much it. Barley been playing the Herbal Tonic as of late, and so that's certainly, I think that's at least part of why we see the Barley show up here on Flaring Phoenix. But iWorlds with the, you know, BB's kind of an oddball pick, and I think the Mike is a little bit of an oddball pick. Not completely unheard of, but just not the top of the tier that we're used to seeing. So I'm always here for the fun stuff. Big damage out of iWorlds, but not a lot of control, and I think that might be where Space Station is able to kind of have an upper hand.
It's a definite rogue one for them to be able to pick up Dynamite here, but with Tick banned out, it kind of leaves, you know, Larry, Laurie, Sprout, Dyna on the side, and Dyna's usually all right into that Barley matchup. You want to be catching people out with this gadget, and he's just going to hold that down on this right-hand side, wait for someone to be caught out by a shot, and hopefully be able to get this stun for the side of iWorlds. But just so passive at the moment. Melody not finding any shots, not finding any super, but RT making some good connections.
Everybody's shoved in the center. Where's Space Station's third player? Adinho on the left side. And if I didn't know, that means iWorlds doesn't know either. All of a sudden they do, and Adinho trades out. Doesn't even die for it, actually, and an easy walk forward play from Space Station. iWorlds didn't really get to do much there. The gas started creeping in, and Space Station walked forward. It really, sometimes there's some intense X's and O's here, Trav. We're covering flanks. That one just sort of happened.
Well, that's the bounce back that SSG did need after that first set didn't go their way. A nice clean game of, or round of knockout, I should say. Pearl going to come forward and try catch some people off guard with a pretty boosted up shot, I'd imagine, with all those cookies just, you know, baking away in the oven. Little thumbs up from Golden, just playing this one slow, same as last time. Didn't really work out for them in the previous one, so they're going to have to alter their strategy and try something different in round two.
Well, Nubis waiting here on the right side. That's exactly where we saw Adinho sit last time around. Sniffs him out, easy. And so last time, Worlds waited for the gas and just got run over. This time they should be a little bit more on notice about it. Stress on should. Here comes the gas. Golden's half HP. Block's broken. Adinho taking care of business left side. Melody just feeds into the machine on the right. And Anubis going to go down as well. So that's round two, game one, going to SSG. And it wasn't hard.
Not all. I mean, that's 6 kills to 0 to start things off then. Not a single death through game one of Space Station, and iWorlds just couldn't really match up to it. And this is what I mean, you know, when it's a little bit less kind of, you know, throw down a Sander Super, have a max speed and a BB run at them. This is where Space Station should be able to thrive, in these kind of just one engagement matchups that don't require too much thought prior to it, or there's not going to be a turnaround massively in a game mode like Knockout. But this is much more aggressive from iWorlds, coming out the gate swinging this time. A nice shot, getting a couple of connections there, adding some notes to his surrounding area. As Adinho just tries to evade them and get a bit closer.
This is what iWorlds needs to do, and I don't know if it wins, but it's different than what lost, and so I like the adaptation. Obviously, if you're rooting for iWorlds, you don't like the result, but this time around, iWorlds actually gets on the scoreboard, taking down the Barley, which is what the Melody pick is here to do. But again, Space Station Gaming kind of like just outdraft a little bit SSG by denying this Melody so hard.
Well, still, all Space Station here in Knockout, and you see Kaido just throwing a few shots down. They're obviously going to linger on the floor for a bit and, you know, take it to this late game, which SSG have been thriving in so heavily. Golden just wants a couple of shots. Press the gadget, almost brings Kyodog down with a hack there. Vicro now been connected, and another one to follow as well. Obviously going to increase the damage along the way, and iWorlds definitely getting some good connecting blows, but not really any finishes, which is what they need to happen.
Ooh,
oh, wow.
Michael!
Wow.
Anubis gets caught out. Rough, as the Colonel would say. Now it's a 2-on-3, and I think the writing is on the wall here as nice shot falls down to Firecrow, and yeah, just like that, round's over. And we're tied at 1 on the big board. So Space Station Gaming a little sigh of relief, going, okay, it's not broken, but doesn't look as happy about that one. I don't think.
For me, there's nothing really to say about that. Like, I don't feel like, other than the draft phase, I don't think Space Station did anything wrong. I don't think iWorlds did anything wrong. you know, it was just the draft. Like, what could Melody do? Absolutely nothing. Yes, they could improve on the draft, not pick Melody there when they've still got, you know, well, they already had a Pearl in the bag, I think, when they picked that Melody, which was kind of surprising to me, and then kind of still had that last pick. I can understand they want to play into the Barley. Dyna surprised me as well, as you mentioned. Just a bit random. You know, they could have picked a Sprout. I think Larry and Laurie were still on that side as well, which do seem to be the more obvious throwers to kind of gravitate towards in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, I've got zero hate for the Dynamite. It's essentially you're like, it's a ton of damage, right? So I respect it, especially in a world like Knockout. He's got a jump. Sure, it's a little bit off label, but we're here. It really was the Melody chosen into the Pearl with the opportunity to pick another Melody counter. I tend to like hyper aggressive brawlers in Knockout because the oh no. I think he was making fun of them. It looked a little like that one. 0 kills for Anubis, 0 kills for Nice Shot, both of them in double digits, which is not a great look, Samus. And so, you know, the biggest takeaway here is iWorlds are approaching these games with a strategy. They did it with their BB Max combo, and they did it here with the Melody versus the thrower. They come with a strategy, Trav. And Space Station have just read it every time. I mean, they still lost set 1, but Space Station had the solution in set 1 as well. So iWorlds, often I think teams can kind of get ahead of themselves and start playing their opponent's game a little too much, but you got to play it a little bit. iWorld seems to be in their notebook and not looking at their opponents at all.
I mean, they're just being brave. They're being bold, you know. They're just picking out these brawlers that you wouldn't usually see, hoping to take them by surprise. And in the first set, they did exactly that. They just took it to them and they beat them in a kind of a head-to-head matchup, which was just very scrappy. And I think that's the kind of matchup that iWorlds want. They want that scrap. They want that close-range interaction that they're going to be able to just win occasionally and hopefully be able to take the gems away. And that's what they did in the first set. Couldn't quite have that scrappiness in the second because it's a game mode like Knockout. Brawl Ball is back to that scrappiness, and that's, I think, a good thing for iWorlds at this point. But that draft needs to be improved on because SSG rarely get theirs wrong.
Brawl Ball certainly going to be a different change of pace. Bands coming out, a lot of the usual suspects. Draco band as well. M's coming out here. Center stage, certainly a map she can make use of, but Rosa going to be coming out here for Space Station Gaming. So if I'm across the way at iWorlds, again, I'm expecting them to have their own strategy, Trav, but I'm probably looking for ways to make sure Rosa can't be hanging out in those bushes.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to go for a max. They're just like, okay, you go aggressive, we go aggressive, that's fine. Let's have that scrap again. Sandy going to be banned out, so won't be able to just throw down those root sands this time and be able to scout the bushes out that way. We've seen probably something like an Amber maybe slot in, burn down those bushes, make sure that she doesn't have the pathway through, but it's going to be an Angelo, just trying to keep the range. And honestly, single projectile brawler like that is going to struggle, especially with no grass break against a Rosa who's just going to be running in a straight line at you. And definitely when she gets the hypercharge running at a straight line even faster. But Space Station have the next 2 picks. It's going to be a Stu and ability, probably Speed Zone. They don't really want to break up the map, right? They've got the Rosa, so breakthrough wouldn't really be that helpful for them. And now down to their last pick to see what they're going to add to these 2 brawls, whether or not they'll just go hyper aggressive and try it running down even more.
It's going to be Poco. So a little bit of shotgun blast here, some heals for the big girl. But, you know, I look at iWorlds and I see the single shot brawler and, well, Stu and Rosa can kind of deal. You've got Adinho for the heal. I, again, think that iWorlds kind of came with an idea and Space Station read it as it unfolded and just drafted around it. iWorlds seems to be drafting into a brick wall. So this last pick is going to be very important for them. Waiting on bated breath here. Any thoughts, Trav?
I feel like they've just got to take a grass break. I think it's going to be really hard for them to do anything with a Poco and Rosa just healing all the way up throughout this grass. But we'll see what full faith in the BB again. And it worked. It really did. And
it's a whole different world though.
But I just don't know if I feel that good about it in comparison to the Space Station comp.
One of the things I love about Brawl Stars is how different each game mode is, how different each map is, and set 1, BB was a fantastic choice. Here, I'm with you. I want to see an Amber, a Griff. I want to see something that helps out the Angelo and harms out the Rosa. And iWorlds tells us to shut up as Nice Shot gets a double kill immediately and scores the first goal of the game. All right.
I mean, that's just incredible from him. He just played that so well. Took them by surprise, kept swinging. Adinho couldn't get enough heals off to save the Poco. To save the Rosa. And Nice Shot's going to try and go for it again. Cloud going to receive a heal. Vicro's just going to continue his aggression down this right-hand side, straight on top of Golden here. They get the takedown. I believe that's a hypercharge wasted from Nice Shot there as well. Adinho going to pass this ball forwards. Not going to be able to get the goal. And Adinho is going to go down. This might be a breakaway for Nubis here, especially with a phase shift in hand, but slowed by Vicro. Great use of the gadget.
Yeah, great play there by FC to make sure that nobody can kind of walk forward. And it neutralizes this push, which might have been game one here. Big heal from Adinho keeps Kyle Dog Stew alive, which is a big bullet point that we haven't mentioned yet. Kyle Dog, one of the best stews in the world, for my money. And certainly out here showing why, as the goal from a distance evens us up 1-1.
Yeah, much better there from SSG. A bit more calm, bit more composed. They knew what was coming, but no gadgets now for Vicro. And Caledon got hit hard off the start. Hypercharge coming in. Vicro just going to try and defend this line. Adinho going to get some shots in and a heal onto Vicro as well. A little jump forward from Golden. Goes very aggressive for that kind of circumstance and situation in the game. He's going to fall down, be sent back to spawn. Vicro coming forwards and just like that. I mean, we weren't even looking at it, but he just walks in with the hypercharge.
Oh, man. How do you deal with the Rosa? That's the question for Worlds. How do you deal with Rosa?
You're asking me. I think you take a different comp. I don't think you're going to be able to. Unless BB can get, a couple of those, not lucky, but just go fly under the radar, get a couple of kills and head for the goal. Unless he can get a couple of those, which I doubt SSG are going to allow again, then I feel like the Rosa just dominates end of.
By the way, iWorld's definitely, on the losing side of this contest so far, but they are dancing with SSG. iWorld's on the back foot, but have the numbers advantage. It's 3-on-1. Adinho falls over, so it's a team wipe, but they're staggered, Trav, so won't be a goal scoring opportunity, but they do get a stop, which is huge.
A little respawn cycle. Nice shot of a hypercharge going in now as well. Oh, sends Vicro to the right. Forces the ball in. Beautiful from Nice Shot once more to just take Rosa out of the equation. It's so tough to do so, especially now that he's got Gadget, got hypercharge. Should be able to just head forwards with this. Chooses not to use his hypercharge there, just saving it for a later day, and just the same again, just walking this one forwards. Try to see the interception. Oh, it's the shot, but, it still goes in regardless, and Space Station even things out in game 2.
So iWorlds presses forward and gets the goal. Space Station do it next. Is it iWorld's turn? Here's the question. Firecrow, 2 against 1, as Adinho wins versus Nice Shot, who has been the playmaker here. And just like that, the tanks walk forward. Game 2, set 3 goes to Space Station Gaming. So it's 2 against 1 for the #1 team in South America.
I was a little bit scared Adinho wasn't going to get the heal off for the Rosa then, but in the end he did just about do it. I think he had about 600 HP left on the Rosa to be able to receive that heal, but the hypercharge, just too strong. And I do feel bad for kind of, talking down to the BB pick, because it did have some good plays. It made some really phenomenal plays. First game, early goal. Second game, another fairly early goal as well. Just kind of sent Rosa to the right and awaited the pass, and that was really brilliant from Nice Shot. But in the end, it's just not going to prevail over that Rosa when hypercharge starts to roll through.
Exactly. The BB did work here. If anything, maybe we don't question the BB pick and we question the Angelo selection, right? Because I think iWorlds had the BB's the tool. That is one of the bigger things that people tend to kind of forget about when it comes to like tier lists or metas or whatever you want to talk about is player proficiency. If you're good at BB, sure, you can bring her, but you've got to pay attention the other way. And yeah, uncontrolled Rosa just leads to this. What do you do against this? And like you said, with this comp, nothing.
I mean, they found ways to start with, but, as we mentioned, as soon as that hypercharge rolls in, just look. He just dominates everybody, especially with a Poco behind him. The heal from the default shot, the heals from the super as well. And I mean, Nice Shot only gets 1 kill compared to the 374 of the side on Space Station. Golden gets 6 with 415 DPS. You can't complain about that at all.
Okay.
This comes in with 5 kills as well. Really great plays from the Angelo. And that's, to be honest, the brawler I'd expect to have the least DPS and the least kills.
Yeah, same. I mean, I was criticizing the Angelo pick. I was like, you know what? BB and Mount kind of worked out. Swap out the Angelo. I don't know, man. iWorlds they're almost there. You know, keep in mind, this is the #1 team in South America, and last month was the first time they didn't take home the gold, right? Like, that was the first time they didn't take home the gold. And that was second place for SSG. So for iWorlds to come in here, two relatively unknown, at least to me, players, and then one guy who was around a couple of years ago, this is a performance. They're doing it, they're on the board, they're getting some moments, but they're not able to sort of finish the sentence, Trav. It feels like they're halfway to where they want to be.
It does seem that way. I mean, iWorlds, I didn't expect them to put this level of resistance up against Space Station, to be honest with you. So I definitely think, you know, for next month, and, you know, they're not in a position to get to the LCQ or Worlds for next month and obviously next year as well.
Yes.
They're a real big prospect, because if you can get a set and, you know, a couple goals in games that maybe you should be winning against Space Station, the champions of the region, it's a big achievement in itself. But it's also not done yet. They can still come back. They can still get 2 in a row. But Space Station just seem, you know, on top of the world in these past 2 sets.
Yeah, it really is. Like I said, their Worlds just seems like one tiny little piece left. Maybe this next one is where they find it. You know, we're going to jump into Heist, which BB's good at Heist. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out for them in this next one for sure. But, you know, Space Station Gaming, there's a lot on the line. We're getting down to the end of it. Next month, our July monthly finals will be our final monthly finals with our last chance qualifier in August. That's going to be live from Gamescom, which is really, really cool. And that's what these teams are kind of fighting over. Obviously, nobody's aiming for the truck. They want to go all the way to Worlds. Still on the table. South America gets 1 team directly to Worlds, and then 2 squads are able to qualify through that LCQ. And if Space Station Gaming go ahead and win this one, they just automatically they're already in LCQ. Next month, they have a chance to make it to Worlds, and technically, there's a chance that they can make Worlds today, but that's pushing it. So Space Station, if they win this one, they got a shot at Worlds. They're going to LCQ at the bare minimum. So everything on the line for Space Station. With iWorlds, not so much. They don't really have any points. They're here for that experience, for that team building, that prospect next year. If you beat Space Station Gaming in 1 monthly final, people are looking at you, Trav, for perhaps a better team. But so, does that change your approach here? If you're iWorlds, do you want to win more, less, or it's just a monthly finals and you want to put up?
I mean, I think it's just one of those things that, like, they obviously want to win, right? They want to be able to take down these you know, world finals contenders, Space Station, Mini Pekkas, the big teams in the region. But they've also got no pressure on them to do so. Nobody expects them to come in today and make it past the quarterfinals. I think that helps them massively. You know, having absolutely no pressure on them whatsoever. Whereas Space Station, you know, they're in the race for Worlds. If they go out in the quarterfinals, Mini Pekkas are going to be able to bring it back and pretty much almost be on the exact same points as them if they drop out of these in the quarterfinals. So they've got to be very, very careful, and that is a lot of pressure in comparison to the complete nothing for iWorlds.
Yeah, Mini Pekkas are a team on the come up for sure. You know, if we take a brief look at the bracket, I want to check in with our B stream real quick. Again, shout out to Sunny and Spoo who are handling things on the other side as we see the 3-0 for Marruecos over SK Kalalas.
Well, I think our predictions are kind of in the mud, aren't they?
A 3-0 though? Like, listen, Marruecos are no slouches. We opened the show telling you that these teams are closely matched up, but I was not expecting the sweep against Kalalas.
I mean, I think all 3 of us expected the SK Kalalas to win, never mind it'd be swept. You know, it's Marruecos are definitely a big team. They're a team that were here last year, and they've been prominent throughout 2024 as well. But 3-0 is not expected at all, and that is a fast game for them and a huge momentum boost going on to the semis. Yeah,
I mean, you know, look at it. SK Kalalas, like VT Zim has been one of my players to watch, you know, when I'm trying to take a look at who's the rising star. This SK Kalalas team has a lot of potential. And I mean, even when we zoom out and we look at the leaderboards, this SK Kalalas team, 4th place overall, they're above. I mean, this is actually funny. Kalalas and Marruecos, 196, 194. So I guess they're evenly matched as far as their success in our past couple of monthly finals. Marowakis wind up taking this one over their opposition, which is a huge deal with respect to this, because that's going to mean Marowakis, this is not updated just yet, so Marowakis is going to move up, and with one more monthly finals on the mark, definitely a lot of moving and shuffling to be done. But Hot Potato is the Heist map that we will go ahead and jump into. Space Station Gaming had the 2-set lead above iWorld, who started this match off really, really hot by coming in and surprising Space Station. But I want to highlight that real quick. I think that they surprised a lot of people, but they didn't win that off of surprise cheese. I think they earned their first set victory, and they earned it with a BB who just continues to show up for iWorlds. And I think we're going to see Nice Shot play the BB again.
Yeah, you said it can be played in Heist, and I was like, okay, well, there's a couple of maps maybe not, but Hot Potato is one where it really can. But Buzz is a great, great answer to that. We saw a lot of aggression coming on this map, pretty much a pure base race in EMEA yesterday. And it looks like we're kind of going that way once more. Crow's going to roll on in, and that's a brawl we saw yesterday too. Slows the jump, the hypercharge towards that safe. Dangerous if left unattended.
Oh yeah, that hypercharge does. I think it's like 30%. I'm not exaggerating by much. It's insane how much Crow does when he's able to jump on that Heist safe. So Meg along for the ride here, doubling down on the tank. Good or bad choice? Tripling down on the tank here. Good or bad choice?
Commit to it. Go for it. If that's what they're going to go for, and obviously we're picking BB first, that's what they're going to go for. They're just going to want to run it down, and I think that's kind of the only chance they have against Space Station here, to just run it down. Against Triple Tank, yeah. Also, on Heist, maybe no. They're going to have to be in a very defensive position and just kind of get the chip damage, I feel. And it's just going to be iWorlds running at them over and over and over. And honestly, I don't mind that for iWorlds.
I think here's the Space Station recipe. We'll see if it cooks. I think their idea is to just have Fire Crow tickle the tanks, build up supers, and jump on the box. Lou's going to make that easier for him to handle, and Kyle Dog's going to play defense. That's what I think Space Station is going to try and match this iWorld's triple tank comp with. Nice shot already on the back. There's Kyle Dog playing some defense, and Kyle Dog wins it. Not really surprised there with the Buzz interaction, but she's going to be back, potentially with a super and an HC. So definitely want to watch that.
Yeah, well, Golden's going to drop out here. Completely wasted Lou super until Nice Shot walks straight back onto it, but that's a completely wasted Buzz super. They do get him down, though, as he does try to charge in. Obviously, without the hypercharge, he's going to still deal a lot of damage there. Meg going to come back through now in the mech, clean up one of those kills, and still a 17% lead. Fycro's got the jump, swing missed from Golden, and Nubis just trying to respawn cycle this out. He might even want to go down here just to let Nice Shot have a bit of a chance to go forwards, but he's actually just going to carry on playing this defense, and Kaido dominating with the hypercharge. Golden back into mech, but how long is that going to last?
Space Station still have yet, and there it is. Crow jumps on, does a ton of damage, 40+% to the safe, and just like that, iWorld's not as healthy as they once were. That's what SSG want to do. They're just going to deal with the tanks, and then Crow's going to jump in when it's ready. That's the entire plan. It's up to iWorlds to keep this pressure going and not let Kyle Dog happen to them. Big plays out of KD.
Well, as soon as you say that, Kai Dog happens to them. We got some on the other side. Nubi's going to go in with the hypercharge, and that's big damage, especially with Berserker. The gadget to keep him alive in there as well. They draw it out, but it is still the hypercharge Kai Dog up top, getting so much damage, getting so many kills. Nubis back out, though. The Bull going to try and rectify the mistakes that the team's making, but another super from Kai Dog, and it's relentless from him.
Jump again from the Crow. The box has 21% left, whereas Space Station's almost double that. Nice shot. Frozen and eaten elbows as Kyle Dog supers on in, takes down the mechless Meg, and the safe goes down Space Station with game one.
Well, they played it slow. They waited for their opportunities, kind of just until a couple of the members of the other team just fall down at the same time and ruin that respawn cycle, and then they got the damage. It was chip, it was little by little, but, iWorlds can't even get to their safe without being taken down, so that's always a good thing for Space Station Gaming. Match point is this game. Fycro just playing through the mid again. Kaido just looking for more of the same against Nice Shot. Needs to build up the super and just get the stun in.
Right away, Cow Dog on nice shot. You know, I like both of these approaches. I think both of these can win. You've got iWorlds with this approach and Space Station Gaming playing against it. Right away, iWorlds again, first out of the blocks. And so it's a little over 30% done for iWorlds, but Space Station get active early this time around with a similar amount of damage. iWorlds still technically in the lead.
Ficro wants his hypercharge now. Nubi's going to slightly avoid that from Adinho, but he's just going to walk forwards into the shots and get stunned out. Not sure I feel about that. Kydog's going to come up now with a super, miss that one, but get another one back. Gadget onto him. Golden's going to go down. And this damage from Nice Shot's just not really going to be that much onto the buzz there. Ficro looking for the hypercharge, and look what he gets with that shot. Has it perfectly now. Going to surely go for the jump in over the top of Nubis. Goes for it, lands straight on it, and all of that damage comes rolling back in. Down to 20 and still ticking.
iWorlds, no, on the push now. Nice shot. Oh, Cow Dog waits out the hypercharge as soon as the purple fades, goes right on in, takes down the enemy tank, and Crow goes right in and takes down iWorlds. Space Station Gaming are going to semis, and friends, they're guaranteed at least LCQ.
Well, that's what they wanted. They're going to keep on striving for Worlds now. Obviously, it all kind of relies. They can get it today. Mini Pekkers drop out in the quarters and they win it all. Then they're heading to World Finals. But the likelihood of that happening is very small. But getting out of the quarterfinals, it's a good start for them heading forwards. Moving on to the semis, going to be facing off against Moekos, who have a lot of momentum, a lot of wind in their sails. But this one does end 3-1 to Space Station. Bit of a surprise to see iWorlds doing as well as they did, I will say.
Fun to watch. You know, those my friend Owen 2 down there, not exactly representative of how this one went down. And, you know, often like we sit here and, oh, you know, they have a lot to learn. They're going to go home and take the VOD. I don't even care about all that. They made this set fun to watch. They came with a strategy. They brought us something weird. Sometimes it worked out. We saw flashes of the brilliance. And as a viewer, as a fan, that's really what I'm asking for, especially for a new squad in the quarterfinals. Give me a show.
I mean, it's a team like this that can, you know, upset Space Station. They play to their strengths. They know they're not as good at the game as Space Station. These three on Space Station are three of the best players in the game. And they know they're not better. They're just playing to their strengths. That's why we see so much BB coming out. We know we've seen Nice Shot doing absolutely unreal on that BB.
Yeah.
But, you know, they know they're not as good.
Hey!
Take these chances. Occasionally it'll work like it did in the first, but for the most part, superior players will prevail.
Man, we've got a long show, and I'm aware that I gassed Kyle Dog up a lot. 520 for the Dinosaur Man, 420 for Adinho, and they are just oh man, what a fun, it's just fun to see a baker's dozen over 500 DPS. Kyle Dog gets it done. Damn.
It's a lot. That might be up there for some of the most DPS I've ever seen. He's roller into that composition, though. I will say Ficro going to roll through as the MVP, though, as good as Kyle Dog is. Ficro is one of the main men in this roster. Well, they've actually got 3 main men. That's probably why they're so good, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the key, is that, like, I think at any point in time you can focus on who's doing it. I'm aware, chat. I talk about Kyle Dog a lot, but when he comes out on those stews, when he comes out on those buzzes, you can't not celebrate the man. So great stuff out of Space Station. Again, #1 team in this region, but they have shown signs of faltering a little bit as of late. And as we get later and later into the season, it's more important to stick to it. It's important to stick to this as well. The BSC, we're coming right back after a tiny break. We'll see you after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Can't say I lied to you. It was a tiny break. We got Kenny back. Kenny, Space Station Gaming 3 above 1. How you feeling about iWorlds?
I felt pretty good about iWorlds, to be honest with you. I thought it was a strong showing. You know, we talked about it in the pregame a little bit. These guys are pretty big underdogs, right? Only one of the players we really recognized from years past. Really wasn't much from them in 2023 even. So the fact that I think that they did as well as they did and showed up in as many sets, like you said, your friend Owen showed up quite a bit, but I think there was more to it than just that.
Yeah, ultimately it does mean that iWorld sits down and Space Station stands up. They're going to be going into our semifinals against Moekos, which is a little bit of a surprise to some folks. The casters all put down SK Kalalas as their prediction, but to be fair, these are evenly matched squads, so I don't know if it's a huge upset. It is a little weird to see the 3-0 though, Trav.
It did seem that way, you know. As you said, all three of us said SK Kalalis, and I think they've got the bigger names on the roster. But Malekos clearly came today with the intention of getting further, and they did make it to the semi-finals, face off against Space Station. Obviously, we've got this FA Mini Pekkers versus Olimpo squad up next. But as we roll on, Team Queso versus Aris Dupiel. If you want to watch that, the B stream still ongoing, and they are 1-0 up for the side of Team Queso.
Well, you heard us mention our predictions. You guys can get involved in the prediction game as well. Event.brawlstars.com. That'll give you access to the predictions. And also to our sister stream. We've got two commentators over there bringing the good stuff as far as the other quarterfinals is concerned. So you don't want to miss any of that action. Event.brawlstars.com is the place to be. So make sure you go ahead and visit all that stuff. But Mini Pekkas, the team that won last month around, they're heading up against Olimpo's squad. This Mini Pekka squad has been just surging forward for a number of months. Every single month they come in and they improve. And Kenward, they won it last month.
They've gotten better every single month that has gone by, and obviously peaking at a great monthly finals victory in an insane fashion, by the way. It wasn't a reverse sweep, but it obviously went all the way to set 5. These guys are phenomenal players. They're longtime names in this region, across the world, and things like World Finals and things like that. I expect big things from them today, and I'm assuming they're going to show up because they are going to be trying to claim their LCQ spot guaranteed.
Yeah, Hooby's a lot of fun to watch. He's always my guy on the field, has sort of a frenetic pace at times, but this team still really carving out a niche for themselves. And I always bring this up, you know, we see in EMEA and in North America, these teams have really done the work to try and get in the same room as each other, this, that, and the third. You know, we'll forgive the Celtics t-shirt, my friend.
No, we won't. No, we won't. Go C's.
Well, we've got the two guys together, and I'm always here for some team camaraderie. I think it's a thumbs up to see these guys playing under the same roof. Straight up and down, I think there's a tangible impact. Going up against Olimpo squad here, though, Trav. I think across the way, we take a look at Portox, Exik, and Nikolai, and definitely some interesting names to really bring up against Mini Pekkas, because up is the direction. You are looking up at last month's monthly finalists, winners.
Yeah, as I say, these are just names that we've seen. They're big names. They're not the biggest, you know. They're not Mini Pekkas. They're not SSG. They're just in that kind of tier below that's fighting to get there. And what better way to fight to get there than beat one of the top teams today? And Nikolai, Portox, and Exik, because that is going to be exactly what they want to do. And Olimpo squad, they're capable of it. Do I think they'll do it? No. But they are capable.
Well, yeah, absolutely. An international squad here as well. Always fun to see some international squads represented in the South American region. So Olimpo versus Mini Pekkas. At the end of the day, you know, Mini Pekkas coming off of last month's win, a ton of momentum in their sales. Olimpo squad, though, if I go ahead and flip to, I want to take a look. Yeah, Olimpo squad a little bit out of the running. They're number 7 overall here on the regional leaderboard. So they're kind of just playing spoiler here, looking to perform, have a good time, and take down Mini Pekkas. You know, Trav, I'll ask you a tough one here. You know, what's the percentage for you? What's the matchup? You know, how much of an upper hand does Mini Pekkas have?
I'm going to go 75-25. I think that is pretty reasonable. Maybe I'd go slightly higher, 80-20, but I'm going to stick with that 75-25. I just think Mini Pekkas are one of those teams who, they can slip. They're not the top of the region. They might have won last month. Yes, they might have done very well in May, but I feel like there's a little bit of a chance of a slip in there.
Great point. Absolutely great point. Kenny, as we jump on into this one, you and I, that is what I'm looking at the most for Mini Pekkas. Yes, they are trending upwards. Yes, they are one of the most exciting teams in South America. Yes, 60% of fans are behind them in this one. But this is newfound territory for them. This is a new stage. They are not used to being the last month's winner. They have gone upwards up until this point. They need to continue going upwards, and this is a test.
Definitely a test for him. And obviously this is a big month for him. This is an opportunity to make LCQ, and the fact that SKC lost earlier only benefits them. They could be continuing their upward trajectory and just really try and secure some postseason play, which is a big deal. I think that's kind of what we expected from these gentlemen on the offseason, right? This is one of the better teams, at least in the preseason for me, and I'm sure a lot of the people out there. I'm honestly surprised to see it be 60-40. I feel like 70-30 was kind of the first thing that popped in my head too. But either way, I totally respect the upset pick there for a lot of chatters as well. Obviously, Olimpo squad are no fluky team. They've been here for a while.
I think it really is the international representation. We've got a lot of strong Brazilian squads out here, and Olimpo representing Chile and Argentina. I think there's the community is what we see down in South America. And so Exec going to select our Byron first and foremost, as our bounty bands leave Piper to be the first sharpshooter selected overall. You consider Byron a sharpshooter? Is that fair? He's like util guy?
I think to a degree. I think it's just ultimately utility. I think the damage he does is great, but more than anything, I just think it's the diversity that he brings with his kit, right? He's got a super that you can lob up, connect to the enemy team. You can heal your teammates. He's basically the pocket healer, if you will, of Brawl Stars. Somebody like Poco does a little more AoE type stuff.
Completely agree there. We see our first Draco of the contest, and what we've seen this weekend with Draco, very rarely do I want to hear about a commentator's games themselves, but basically what I think a lot of people at home, myself included, have experienced on the other side of Draco is just uncontrollable DPS. And then he uses Last Stand to stay alive at 1%. What we've seen this weekend is that Draco failed a lot in some of the other regions because of interrupt. If you stop him from using that gadget, if he cannot use Last Stand, you kind of get him. But if he gets away with it, he just sort of dragon breaths you down. So Olimpo squad have the max Draco and some Byron to heal. This is an all-in Draco comp. And many Pekkas, they've got the Lu to stop him and deal with it.
Agreed. I think that's a great point. That gadget is obviously one of the most powerful parts of Draco, why he has been so strong up there. I'm sure a lot of you guys at home have experienced it on ladder. Lu is going to be able to disrupt that. You can drop the ice rink. He's going to be slowed down, freeze. You can't click a button when you're frozen. So that's going to be how they try and beat him to the punch, if you will. They're going to try and get the freeze, get the connected shots, bring him down, and ultimately just try and get him away from that super.
Dragons don't have big arms. I don't know if he can actually hit the punch. He can hit the breath, though. And that's really where Draco gets pretty scary when he jumps into his prehistoric mech. We'll see how this one works out. Olimpo squad on the top side, and it is not yet super time for Nico. He's half frozen already. You can see this Lu impact. Everybody staring at the Draco player, just denying the opportunity for him to walk forward.
Lu can be a tougher brawler to play, but obviously it's going to be a huge range diff there. Now they're going to be firing from all the way across the map. Beautifully done. Piper with another follow through as well. Huge lead right now for mini Pekkas.
And the clown pins come out. Hoobie breaks open the wall. Give their sharpshooters a better shot and just make this more of an uphill battle for Nico on the Draco. Dodges one, gets hit by the next. And Olimpo squad are walking forward. Now they're running forward. Max hits the gas, and Nico already half frozen, almost there. See ya. Draco stays alive with the Last Stand, so Pekka can't go all the way in, but takes down Portox, so it's 10 stars above 1.
Now that they've ripped this map open too, I feel like it's going to be more and more difficult for them to approach it, especially when Piper is tapping like this, an ice rink going down, another freeze, a gadget will keep him alive, but it's just inevitable. Pekka can go in and out as well. This combination is just nasty. It seems like a perfect trio if they're playing it right into countering the squad.
Yeah, the Lu tech to deal with Draco has been huge. Draco makes it into the Dragon for the first time. He makes it into the Dragon, but can't make it to the enemy side. Half HP, finally breathing on somebody, and 2 stars away from a victory is Mini Pekka's. Nico will drop those 2 stars, and don't even need it. Time runs out. 18 in total for Mini Pekka's, and that one, again, draft intelligently. They took down Draco because they had a counter.
just a clinic on how to handle that. Obviously, Byron and Draco is a very lethal combo, but we found this weekend that there are ways to deal with it, especially when we saw Draco be that kind of first overall pick really early on. We've seen teams respond, and honestly, Draco has a losing record this weekend. That's kind of a wild feat. At the end of the day, though, he is tankier. He's not the fastest brawler in the world. Even if you give him all the HP in the world, if you keep the distance and hit your shots like this squad from Mini Pekkas are right now as they drop another ice rink, another tap, it's just going to be unmatched.
Well, this is the first time it was matched. I think it was, at first I was excited about Pekka going in at the perfect time. She went in before we got the stun onto Nico, but it wound up actually backfiring a little bit. So Olimpo fight back 7-4, but ultimately Mini Pekkas are in ultimate control here, Kenny.
Olimpo finally can take a little bit of a breath. They can play more defensively, which is sure something they're probably not going to want to do now they've got the max speed. They're going to be trying to approach the enemy side. With no super from Motep, Pekka still walking around with low damage output until he gets those musical notes and a super in his hands. It's going to be a little bit tougher. They're also doing a great job of playing to this right-hand side where it's much more closed off, close quarters. That's where they're going to have strengths.
Yeah, Pekka already... Hold my thought there. As Nico gets flying from the right side, couldn't finish off Pekka. And Nico frozen and just immediately a magnet for all of this damage. Last stand keeps him alive, so Pekka's dive won't be fruitful. 7-4, read the stars, half a minute to go.
It's going to come down to the final moments here. This is still Mini Pekka's looking for a takedown, and that is a blown loose super. They can skate right on around this. They don't even have to touch ground on the ice right now. Sure, they're getting some free taps, but Byron doing a great job of just pocketing these heals. Now some extra ones going in as well. Pekka trading, though, escapes as well. 15 on the shot clock, and Olimpo have to catch up.
Oh, man, Pekka should not have been able to do that. It looked like Olimpo were actually treading water there. They need 2 kills or Pekka, and I don't think Pekka's going to be there. Hoobie actually winds up getting the kill. 3 seconds to go, and Olimpo, they team wipe the other way around, and just like that, we see their opposition take it. Mini Pekka's game 1.
Beautifully played. I just think that was one in the draft almost. Obviously, the execution from somebody, especially like Piper, I feel like was just tapping so many shots. That is not the easiest brawler in the world to play, but especially when that wall break went down, they had multiple mechanisms to kind of grab those kills, right? Piper was connecting with shots. Lou, every time he got a freeze, and especially in combination with that gadget with the extra syrup, can get multiple extra damage a game. And then on top of that, we have Melody who can go in and out, drop that bubble. So if they need to follow through, just a little chip shot, if you will, and to keep yourself safe, you can go in and right back out.
Yeah, the game plan from Mini Pekka's was to freeze a guy, usually Draco, and then Pekka goes in and does this, right? And that last engagement, Pekka didn't wait for the freeze. He just went in, which was wild, and he shouldn't have gotten away with it, but he outplayed the opposition. I've stressed so much about the draft, about the brains of this operation, but sometimes you just got to do this and just be the brawn of the operation. Look at Pekka from the right-hand side. Just gets it done. Shouldn't have been allowed, but got away with it.
I think that's just a testament to how good this team is. Obviously, it was a little rocky at the beginning of the year. I mean, rocky, all things considered, was them getting, say, semifinals and then second place. But here we are now, multiple months later, and these guys have really come alive. Olimpo squad are very solid. They came into 7th, I believe, into this month as well. These are no chumps, but I feel like the execution there, intelligent drafting, great gameplay, it really all came together in harmony there in that opening set. And you can see that in the kill count. I mean, it is quite clear who was winning that category, which is, of course, everything in a mode like Bounty.
I mean, bro, I'm not even, yes, you're absolutely right. Kills, I'm looking at the 66 DPS from an extremely high DPS brawler in Draco.
Absolutely.
This is, when you pick Draco, the opponent needs to, I don't know if Lou was going to pair up with Melody and Piper. Honestly, it's not a bad comp from the top down, but I don't know if that was the choice for Mini Pekka's from the get-go. But as soon as you see that Draco, you gotta pick something that deals with it. Folks, if you didn't check out yesterday, I think it was Asia Pacific that we saw Daryl show up kind of out of nowhere because he has a Draco interrupt. It's just so important to focus down this dragon, and if you're able to handle that, well, Mini Pekka shows you what happened.
Agreed. I feel like that's been one of the blessings in disguise, if you will, of Draco kind of entering the meta. I think we were all pretty scared of him. He was the most banned brawler in APAC, and it seemed like that was going to be a tone setter for the rest of the regions. Doesn't seem to be the case. In EMEA, he got a ton of play, along with that, a ton of losses. But as a result, we've gotten to see some pretty cool brawlers being drafted. We don't normally get to see Lou in the mix. We don't normally get to see Daryl. These teams now have a little liberty to get creative, and that's been one of my favorite parts of this weekend.
I mean, that's really the big thing. The classic, the quintessential pub stomp. If you're just pushing buttons, he's going to wreck you. But if there is some intelligent drafting, Draco has some issues for sure. So Olimpo's going to go ahead and take a sub. They're going to sub Portox out, and they're going to bring in Melidos in. So we'll see how that one adjusts and changes for sure, as Mini Pekkas jumps on in here with the 1-0 lead. I think our next place that we're going to go is Hot Zone. So this is a place where aggression can be strong, and in general, aggression is honestly what we see out of both of these squads. So should be a spicy one.
This isn't a passive kind of region. I'm right there with you. This is kind of interesting to see how it breaks down in regions. I feel like the bans really dictate kind of what shows up here. Sometimes you're going to see teams go for a Byron plus tank kind of combo, especially ones like Buster, now Draco in the mix as well. Sometimes they'll just go for complete area control, though. The Jessies of the world, the Ambers of the world. Heck, there's even throwers that show up here like Larry Laurie. A lot of different ways to go about it. Sandy's somebody that always stands out for me. And if somebody does pick a Draco, this is a perfect instance like we saw yesterday in EMEA on Hot Zone specifically as a mode where Lou's going to be great. And also on top of that, an added benefit, that ice ring covers up the Hot Zone completely. So even if Draco shows up, you got options as an answer.
Open business, our place of business. As we jump on in here. Give me the bands. Amber, Pam, Larry and Laurie. No surprises there. Area denial and area maintenance? I don't know. What's the opposite of area denial? That's what Pam does. And it's going to be the Sandy pick overall, as on the right-hand side, we see the bans of Melody, Draco, and Angelo. So high DPS banned out here by Olimpo squad as they have to go and fight into the sleepy one.
Wild to see Sandy slip through here. 82% in monthly qualifiers worldwide ended up banning Sandy. So kind of insane that both sides don't elect to go for that. As a result, it's going to slide through and instantly scooped up from Mini Pekkas. Byron on the other end, likely going to be combined with something tanky. Like I said, obviously it's not going to be Draco in this time round. They're going to go for Nita at first. I actually don't mind this because now they have multiple options for tanks in their back pocket if they really want it. And they're removing one of the best tank counters right now in Nita, especially on this map where it's kind of a little close quarters, mid-range. You're going to have Bruce the Bear that's also going to do really well into somebody like Sandy. Sandy's not going to be able to bring that bear with 10,000 HP at a hypercharge down very easily. The Mini Frank will stay very strong. Max is somebody that's not going to deal well with that either.
I love the Nita selections. Anytime she's playable, I've said it a couple of times on other broadcasts, it's like dropping a fourth brawler, especially if it's hypercharged. That bear is so potent these days. Obviously, her problem is when she can't find the range or when she's countered by somebody with longer range. And so if I'm Mini Pekkas, is the answer here to go a tank counter or is the answer here to go long range?
Seems they're going to go for neither. It's going to be a little bit of tankiness themselves. They're going to go for the Buzz, who also is not going to do great into somebody like Nita. I feel like Nita on paper has a really solid time here. I mean, if it's a lane matchup versus Sandy, it's great. Buzz can passively charge up his super, so a little bit different once he grabs his. But if you have an extra spawner on the field, that typically does really well into tanks. He's not a great multitasker. He's going to have to focus on one at a time. And like I said, it's a Mini Frank. You brought up a great point. It is essentially another brawler. 10,000 HP on that hypercharge. I believe Frank has 14K, so it's right there with it. They zig, they're going to zag as well. It's going to be Jackie that comes in here too. That's the tank of choice that's going to combine with Byron. I feel like that's not the stereotypical tank I see on this map, but I think it does match up pretty well to Mini Pekkas.
I think so as well. You know, the Jackie is... Everybody has those brawlers they never believe in, and that's Jackie for me. And she's just so difficult to pull off. I think Open Business is one of the maps that you can actually make use of some of those squares up top. So I like the choices here. I want to be proven. I want to see the Jackie perform, but I'm leaning towards Mini Pekkas' draft.
Definitely interesting to see how this one plays out. Pekka instantly going down. Strong start for Olimpo squad here. It's gonna be Sandy right hand in, just trying to get in position here. One of the best brawlers in the game for those peak shots. You can see it there. Completely covered. Seemingly can't hit those shots, but just the way it fans out is so natural for somebody like Sandy as Pekka once again dives in. This time picking up a kill, but it's a pretty hard matchup for a Buzz into a Jackie.
Oh, here comes the Shiva. Definitely unequivocally the best skin in the game. And Olimpo squad have skin in this game as they're almost halfway done with the match. 47% as they're just standing here. Mini Pekka is having a hard time busting through, but Jackie does eventually fall here. With Nita Bear down, Olimpo squad has a hard time maintaining this front line, especially when Jackie falls over that quickly. And so Mini Pekkas have 25% to go, but they're going.
They've also got a Buzz hypercharge whenever they want it. They basically stuffed the Olimpo squad in their spawn. They were really climbing all the way back up here. They were down tremendously, but now with a real opportunity, a hypercharge going down to give some extra speed. Now they're going to have to deal with a Jackie who's trying to do the same. That is a big miss from Pekka, though. It is going to allow Jackie to stay alive. The heals go through and allow, more importantly, Olimpo squad to try and get some extra percentage points.
Everyone dead. Funny enough, the last person alive for Olimpo squad was the Bear. So, fourth brawler coming in clutch there. 75% in climbing. Mini Pekkas are the ones on the good side at the moment. Olimpo squad seems to be waiting for that Exodia moment, and they don't have time to wait this time around. Still able to take down Hoobi, but this is a tenuous position in mid at best.
Low HP for Nita, gonna have to rely on a little backup here. Pekka's just gonna rush down Byron, get him off the heels of Sandy, and it's just enough here. Great comeback in game number one. That's one of the beauties of a mode like Hot Zone, right? There are comeback mechanics, especially if you put the enemy team in your spawn. Again, that Buzz Jackie matchup with the reverb of Jackie every time she takes damage, it can be really hard for somebody like Buzz to get enough calculated damage in there, but instead, they're able to get around it just enough, play that range to perfection. Buzz gets a few good trades in there and allow Mini Pekkas to just surge right back up.
Well, a new start here for Mini Pekkas as Pekka goes right on into Nikolai and finds the waterfall kill onto Melio, replacing Portox this time around and not having the desired performance, I imagine. Exig steps forward and not even going to mention the Olimpo squad lead here because Mini Pekkas have the map control, and so that lead immediately just gone away. Mini Pekkas quarter of the way done. So a big performance here from Mini Pekkas as they got to deal with Olimpo squad surge forward now.
That was a fantastic start for Mini Pekkas. It's going to come crumbling down a little bit here, but the Buzz gameplay was insane. Just picking off multiple brawlers at a time. They let the other two teammates focus Jackie and allowed him to thrive just a little bit. Pekka right back in action. Byron down, and now it's just a hypercharged Nita. Bruce the Bear trying to assist. Pushing all three members of Mini Pekkas off this, though. They're going to reclaim this mid for now.
Yeah, just like that, Olimpo squad. See, when they have all their tools combined, they're able to make these plays. What's troublesome for Olimpo squad is when Mini Pekkas kind of staggers those it forces them to stagger their supers, and they can't get everything going. When they just have to fight on even plane, Mini Pekkas wins this one 6 times to 6. Pekka's even going all the way deep to take care of Nita, and again, Mini Pekkas have control of mid.
I feel like Pekka's done a great job in this game number 2 of just identifying his targets, who to go for. He knows Jackie's the hardest one for sure. Makes a great connection there too. Another one goes for a second body. They're going to get a third. Mini Pekka's with a team wipe, and this one's looking inevitably like a Mini Pekka's W.
Pekka's spinning on them, blowing the hypercharge. Falls over, but so does the set. Roll and the rest of the guys go ahead and bring this one, and I mean, I'm diving right into the post-game analysis here because picks and bans, you know, you got to make some choices, absolutely, and we've seen a lot of off-the-wall choices be successful. But shout out to our stats guy, Nighttime Clasher, 82% ban rate for Sandy, 79% win rate for Sandy. Yeah, the team with Sandy won, dude. There are some things that you just have to open up the textbook for, and I think that not banning Sandy there was the end of it.
A really tough one, because if you're the second pick team, which is what they were, they end up getting Sandy. They go with Draco, Angelo, and Melody as their bans, and it's kind of hard to fault them for any of those three, right? You kind of have to pick the best of the worst. You got to kind of rock with whatever you can go with there. It's really hard, especially on a map like this. You know how good Sandy is, but you also know inherently how good Angelo is, how good Melody is. Draco can be really annoying to deal with despite the good counters that they have. So I think Mini Pekka's just kind of throw out three bans here that are all really solid, but maybe not their top tier picks. And as a result, they luck out into a Sandy with the great numbers there. I mean, 79% win rate, 80 some odd percent ban rate. Those are super high numbers. Obviously, Sandy, one of the better brawlers in the game right now anyways, so something had to slip through, and unfortunately, that just seemed like a draft that they made the wrong choice on bans. Maybe they should have just left the Draco in the field. I mean, again, we've seen how many times this weekend he's ended up being countered out.
It was tough because, again, what I noticed was really that everything was revolving around Jackie super, Bear out, everything at once. And if they didn't have all of their tools, Mini Pekka's was just able to outfight them. Pekka with 13 kills, 5-3-5 DPS. This is our second game with over 500 DPS. South America, never tell anybody they're a passive region.
That's a crazy number in general. Even on Buzz, that is outstanding. I feel like a lot of that was generated in game 2. Again, it felt like Buzz did a great job of picking off Byron and Nita in particular. Even when Bruce the Bear was on the ground, you saw a couple instances there where you called it, just went straight to Nita, right through him, ignored it, went for the brawler that actually can use buttons, not just the automated Bruce the Bear. And as a result, Sandy and Max could kind of just play the range, focus the Jackie as 2 versus 1, and it just worked out really well for them. Again, that start from Mini Pekka's, and obviously the stats show it. Pekka was a huge reason for why they were able to come away with that.
I mean, look at the numbers across the way. They're not bad because Olimpo squad were able to make plays when everything lined up. But if the stars didn't align, they couldn't plan it out. And that really was the problem. Sometimes you need to be able to fight when you don't have your green buttons, when you don't have your purple buttons, when you don't have all of the other options. And that's not what that comp was able to do. So unfortunately, Olimpo squad wind up falling to the wayside, and we move on to last stop, which could be our last stop. Not guaranteed to be, though. Olimpo squad stand up. We'll go to a set 4, but for right now, it's gem grab. That set 4 would be knockout, but let's deal with what's on our plate just first. P's and B's, pretty please. And Buster, Bell, and Gene banned on the left side. Olimpo squad with the second pick ban out Melody, Byron, and Angelo.
Guess who slipped through again? Looks like Sandy got through. They don't elect to go for it for the first overall pick. Ooh. This time at Draco in the tank. They don't have Byron on their plate, though. They have that band on the right side, so they let Draco go this time. They keep Melody and Angelo, which, again, I understand, especially when you put it in context with the monthly qualifiers bans as well. It looks like that's pretty normal. It's a pretty nasty way to deal with that, though. Colette, not normal, I would say, on this map, but it is the tank counter of all tank counters. That's going to be a tough thing to go through, especially with no Byron to assist. Maybe they could go with some like a Poco for the heals, but I'm kind of curious to see how Mini Pekka's adapt here.
Max is going to show up as well. You know, Colette is the tank counter. I think Draco needs something more specific. I mean, the super will add some control, but I like the hard stuns, the hard knockbacks, the hard you can't push your buttons. So we'll see if Colette's able to fill that role as effectively as she needs to versus the Draco. Audacious for Mini Pekka's to pick this first and foremost. Rare, and like, listen, I'm not gonna talk against Roll. He has coached this team extraordinarily well. So, but I am surprised to see a Draco first pick.
I am too. I was kind of expecting Sharpshooter here, to be honest with you. I was wondering if they would go something like a Piper or a B. I feel like both of those were on the table just to kind of outrange the Colette in particular. And then if you grab something like a B, you can also slow down the Max with that incoming super. They're going to go with Piper and Stu here. This is a really interesting combo. Draco's just fighting for himself. I think they're just going to have him go on this left or right-hand side, claw his way up the grass. Stu's going to do his thing. Piper's going to be the mid with the long range with the escape mechanism with that super. On the other end, they're just battling this comp. They've got Colette that is going to be into the Draco, the max speed to provide some assistance, and a tank of choice as well, which is going to be Rosa, one of the better ones in the game right now.
Still questioning if we're going to have the interrupts required. That's my thesis, right? Still has to be proven. This is sort of just a raw tank on tank counter composition coming out from Olimpo squad. And so we'll see if it's enough. Gem grab, of course, one of the modes where you've got to bring a little bit of tank with all the bushes on the field. Certainly will be a good thing for Rosa. Right side is where Olimpo goes, and mid is where Mini Pekkas goes. They get first kill as well, and there's that last stand, still alive.
You brought up a great point. Colette obviously going to be fantastic into countering tanks, but doesn't disrupt, doesn't stun, doesn't pause. You can still pop that gadget and stay alive even with the pushback there, but I do like the effort nonetheless. It's going to be Max and Rosa on this right-hand side, and Rosa does not like seeing her precious grass destroyed. She loves her lawn, and now there's none of it.
6-0. Mini Pekka's not working too hard for this one. Max Super telegraphs the aggression. And Motep losing the fight versus Exik, but a little bit of help from their friends. Ain't no such thing as a 1v1. The Dragon Rider stays alive again. Olimpo squad has thrown their team at this squad twice and have lost it twice.
This is going to be really difficult to come back from here. 15 on the shot clock of phase shift 4. This is desperation coming in from them, and Pekka still has a get out of jail 3 card. They do reset the clock, but Pekka easily able to scoop up a 10th.
14 seconds to go. And Hubi has one of those gems. If he falls, nothing matters because there's 10 on Pekka on the south side. Melio going right, Exit going left, Colette going right down the middle. Countdown from 1, and the reset at the last second. That said, I don't think Olimpo squad can pick up the gems, so it should just be a second try for MP.
This map gets a little bit scary with that launch pad. Sometimes you can get out just in the nick of time, but right there, Stu traveled right alongside him, grabbed all of those, and even though Rosa's going to be going for another super, it's going to be really difficult to make that one happen twice. Got a little scary there for FA Mini Pekkas, but they're going to be able to sit back and relax for now. Overall, a beautifully executed game number 1, and now they're going to be on match point.
That was one of the tougher matches that we've seen. One-sided is sort of the uncharitable way to say it. It really isn't that Olimpo squad slouched. I think they were presented with an immovable object, and they are not the unstoppable force. Fantastic performance from Mini Pekkas to just stand strong on that front line and deny access to the club the entire time.
This is a good slowdown and follow-up shot from Colette. That's the matchup that they have to look for early. But once that utility starts to run out, once this grass gets broken up, it's only going to get tougher and tougher. Pekka could have settled. Instead, relies on insane mechanics, gets up that grass just a little bit more, and now has instant reveal of the other enemy side. That cannot be understated how good that was.
Yeah, meanwhile, Hubi dealing with Exik, just dancing. Motep still alive. That Colette brings him to 1 HP, but it's 1 above 0. That time takes down the Draco. So 2 gems on the wayside, and Olimpo squad are on the dance floor for the first time this set.
They're contesting. They've got a wide open right hand in, which definitely benefits FA Mini Pekkas right now, because Motep is just going to keep playing this left-hand side. Now Rosa's forced to make a tough choice. Almost has to go left-hand in. Otherwise, it's just a sitting duck in the wide open on the right-hand in. Stu skating once again. Hypercharged left-hand side. It's not enough, though. Motep pierces through. All the members of Mini Pekkas standing strong, and they've got 7 in the tank.
Great attention to the Rosa coming out from Mini Pekkas. Before she can even engage, she's at 33% HP. An hour on the clock, and Mini Pekkas have 8 gems above 4 with mid control. Here comes all the buttons from Olimpo squad, and Motep having some issues with Exik, but Hubi not having issues with anybody else. Motep survives. That is pretty much the countdown to the game. Game, set, match. Mini Pekkas win this one in the quarterfinals. Coach Roll feels good about it, and Pekkas gives him the high 5. So thumbs up for Mini Pekkas coming through, clocking in, pass and go. I don't know if they collect $200, but they certainly got their dub.
They're going to be collecting a lot more than that if they keep progressing throughout this tournament. I think just an overall great game, set, match from these guys. Pretty much perfect, to be honest with you. I don't feel like they were contested very much, F. Dot.
Yeah.
It felt like the drafts were going their way. Felt like no matter what they tried to throw at them ban-wise, even when they faced Draco, they still did really well to it in Hideout as well. They got the ideal combo. They had Byron, Max for the support, double support, the heals, and the big bad Draco. They still took it down. It didn't matter what was thrown at them. It didn't matter if they had first or second pick. They still managed to breeze by. I mean, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 across the board, and it definitely felt that way.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, like I said, I've got that thesis statement about how to deal with Draco as presented by the pros across a couple of regions, and this is adding to my scientific observation. I'm absolutely seeing that the raw tank counter isn't enough. You have to find some sort of disruption for that last stand, like the Lou. And we saw Draco perform. We saw Draco play, and he lost when there was hard lockdown. And we saw Draco play, and he won when there was just anti-tank strategy. And so Olimpo squad are unable to look at this. All three are mini Pekkas. They're just bouncers. You can't come in here. This is our club. See you later. And they just wave away the competition. This one, man, 19 kills, 529 on the DPS, and Pekka went 10 straight before he saw his first death.
That's insane. Again, it felt like Pekka was just dominating, but another 500 DPS on a Piper this time with 19 frags is absolutely insane. This is only the quarterfinals. I mean, hypothetically, it gets tougher and tougher. That is a tough dude to bring down. We've known Pekka as a player for a while, but that is just unreal.
I mean, he's the namesake of the team. He's the MVP. And by the way, he's the namesake of the team for now. If you are an org out there and you are looking for a squad to sponsor and take under your banner, this is the team that won monthly finals last time. They just did that. That FA means free agent, and you can make them your squad. And right now, somebody should. I mean, somebody should. This squad has been performing, and I like to see the X's and O's, and the playbook is showing it as well. Their drafts are clean, Kenny.
Strong drafts. I mean, obviously the gameplay speaks for itself. That's something with the eye test we could verify pretty quickly. All three of these dudes are absolutely phenomenal players. They've been getting better and better every single month. Maybe they can do 2 in a row, F. Dot. I don't know.
It is certainly possible. They're trending upwards. With that said, our quarterfinals are done and dusted. We got semifinals right in front of us. We'll be right back with the BSC.
Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Mike's soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
Spy Mike's soda. likes soda.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
So all our quarterfinals are done. Well, 3 of them are. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship presented by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's F. It's Kenny, it is Trav, and it is almost time for semifinals. We're headed to Space Station Gaming and Maraweka's here for sure. On the bottom side, though, we're in a Game 5 on our sister stream, so certainly something to keep an eye on because mini Pekkas want to see if they're playing the Kings or if they're playing the Cheese. It is a tough one in that quarterfinals, and I'm glad because we saw 2 3-0s here, Kenny, and I want to see someone go the distance in the quarters.
That was the one we kind of expected to go the distance too, right?
Yeah.
Team Queso and Raised PL, you know, the Kings of Power League, taking them all the way here. I believe we got an update that it might even be 1-1 in that set. So if you're interested, be sure to check out B Stream as well. Over here, though, we'll be covering all of the semifinals. Honestly, a little bit surprised for that quarterfinal number 2 for me. You know, it's not a surprise that they won. It's the fashion that they did it.
Well, you know what? I want to jump in. Let's just go to it. Team Queso and Res du PL coming out here, and yeah, they're in their 5th game. Again, if you want to hear the commentary, you can jump on event.brawlstars.com. Right now, though, we're just going to talk you through this knockout as wow, it's round 1 going the way of Queso. They're tied at 1-1 as well. Trav, this is the moment. These are the fun times.
Yeah, Raised PL needs to be able to win this round, or it is going to go the way of Team Queso. Nice little bit of patience here. The gene pool is available, obviously, as well, so that can be the deciding factor. But I do kind of like this composition that Team Queso have. They're going to have to be pretty patient and maybe just wait it out because this Grom is going to dominate.
Yeah, Grom, an interesting choice. Kenny, we haven't seen too much Grom. Kind of easy to dodge his stuff.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. That was the one thing I was wondering is, you know, in this ban stage, there's no other throwers banned outside Tick. It's interesting to me that Grom was still their choice of thrower. Obviously, it's worked out this far for him. They've drug it to a set 5. They're down 1 round here as well, and I think part of it is that visibility possibly. I do like that gadget choice. I think it makes a lot of sense. You kind of get the front end of this grass here, so we can have somebody like Pearl step up a little bit and dive even deeper with that shot to reveal where the enemies are.
Yeah, watching these guys, you know, watching Ice Crow and the squad play, I think Race du PL has been more interesting to me lately, but right now they have the numbers advantage, but Ice Crow barely alive, and so JXCR on the top side just walks at him, takes down 2, and Lelio Ninja, he's going down 2. 3 kills for JX. And a nice little move there, and so that is round 2. Oh, that's it, yeah. So it's blue team headed on. So
wow.
We've got our semis all locked and loaded.
That was pretty insane stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a crazy one, to be honest with you. That's one that we expected to go the distance. I'm glad that B Stream got to catch some good matches too, because love our sister stream as well. We appreciate them bringing some extra coverage for us here too. And obviously both of those teams we could kind of see going either way. Ultimately, I ended up picking Team Queso literally because they haven't missed the semifinals yet. But obviously after last month, the Kings of Power League were very, very solid. And like you said before, their destiny has seemingly the last couple of months been to lose to mini Pekkas. There's a little bit of storylines both ways there.
Well, I had predicted them. I had predicted RDP to go ahead and make it to our semifinals, and well, all of us predicted SK Kalalas to go to our semifinals, but it's Maraweka's that make it there. So, Trav, how's your perfect Sunday going?
Well, you know, coming into it, I said it was going to be perfect, and you know, we knew after about 10 minutes that it just wasn't going to go that way. So, you know, I'm just accepting at this point. I'll take another 6. I had 6 yesterday in Miami, so that's what we're looking for now.
That's what we're looking for. You know, these semifinals in front of us. I think a lot of people probably have these predictions at home. Space Station taking the top side and Mini Pekka's taking the bottom side. We're going to bring you both of those matches for sure. Should be interesting across the board. I don't know why I got so far away from my microphone. It should be interesting across the board as we jump into our Space Station Gaming versus Maraweka's matchup. And this is important for these two teams, but it's also important for Mini Pekkas. They got to play their own game. They're waiting in the wings, but they are watching this one with bated breath. Because Maraweka's, if Maraweka's wind up losing and Pekka's makes it to the grand finals, which should, but you know, this is esports. If that happens, then we do see another team confirmed for LCQ. That's Mini Pekkas themselves. So they're rooting for Space Station here. But do you really want to go against Space Station in the grand finals? So a tough one to jump into. Travis, we focus on the black and yellow here, Space Station Gaming. You know, Cow Dog has put on a tremendous performance, but the other guys also have really stood up today.
Yeah, all of the guys on this roster are, as I said earlier, they've got 3-star men, which is sometimes hard to manage. You know, usually we kind of just have one on a team who makes the flashy plays, but if all three are doing it, you've got to be pretty consistent, and you're gonna manage it very well, and that's something that Space Station very much on top of. So really solid from them today. We've obviously seen these on the A stream. Maraweka's were on the B stream, so we haven't really seen what they're bringing to the table. But if they can 3-0 SK Kalalis, Alonso, Loco, and Christian, they've got a chance against SSG.
A chance for sure, absolutely, and I think that is the correct way to illustrate it. This is a team that has had some success, and obviously they kind of took down their opposition. Evenly matched. This wasn't an overwhelming upset. Well, I'm not yes, I had put down SKC as my prediction, but I'm not overwhelmingly surprised, Kenny, that Maraweka's are the team that actually made it here. Loco, Alonso, and Christian, these guys can perform, and it really seems to be inconsistency rather than lack of talent, and I think that's a big difference.
I think that's a good way of putting it. Obviously, they've had great success in years past at this stage and even further than that as well. I think for them, they just haven't quite been able to reach the consistent caliber of something like a Space Station Gaming, an FA Mini Pekkas. Those guys have been kind of running this region for quite a bit now, and these guys are on the cusp of that, especially with the 3-0 performance to start over a team that I considered to be pretty even with them, that I thought was going to be more of a toss-up. They did it in such a convincing fashion. Hey, maybe they've got the legs in them to try and challenge SSG here a little bit. Obviously, SSG, I think, should still be favorites. They are still the #1 team in this region for a reason. They've got multiple monthly finals, grand finals, wins under their pocket. That's something the red roster doesn't have yet, but they need it. They're running out of spots for LCQ. We talked about those scenarios. We got one team already locked in. There's only 3 spots for the postseason in this region, and this is an opportunity on their hands to really rise and make an upset happen.
Well, an upset is absolutely possible. Like we said, Mini Pekka is certainly rooting for Space Station Gaming here in some sort of way. I wonder, oh man, never do math on camera, kids. But the idea that maybe if Maraweka's win, and that's the quote-unquote easier target for Mini Pekkas to take advantage of in the grand final. Boys, just hope that SSG wins and take your LCQ ticket. I think that is probably the look here for Mini Pekkas. But again, you know, Trav, with this team leveling up each and every time, at a certain point, you just accept that we are good enough to beat Space Station Gaming should we get to the grand finals. But of course, Maraweka's could make that happen as well. 90% of y'all are leaning towards Space Station Gaming. Eager to watch this one. We start on Beach Ball, and it's going to be Trav and Kenny on the horn. Good luck with the match.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to Brawl Ball to start things off. We've got Draco instantly banned. I already know who's got this first pick. Obviously a timer there as well. But you see Draco, Angela, and Melody on this left-hand side, Trav. And on the other end, they're taking some luxury bans, if you will. They threw Mortis in there, which is a little interesting to me.
Well, I mean, it looks like it's because they want to go for those throwers, and it is going to be the Larry and Laurie to kick things off. Beach Ball is a map where we've seen, you know, me and you, we've been on that Brawl Ball League, we've seen a lot of this game mode recently, and it's a game mode where double thrower can come out and it can dominate. The kit is going to be what SSG do go for, maybe going to pair that with a tank or something like that, turn that into a thrower itself, and then it kind of eliminates the need for a guaranteed thrower.
in scrims, SA is one of the regions, if not the only region, I've really seen pull this off. They're going to be throwing Kit and combining it with Surge, which is interesting. I don't imagine that is the ideal pairing. I think they're just kind of getting started and leaving themselves options for later of who they want that choice tank to be.
Well, we're back over to Moeko, see what they're going to go for now. They're going to go for the Buster. Don't really want, obviously, the other side to have that Brawler. It's not something that they're going to want to face, a Kit Buster combo on a map like this, so they do take it for themselves. Not sure if that's just because they want it, or if, as I say, it's because they want to take it off their opposition and not let Space Station have it as their final pick. So I think either way you look at it, it's pretty smart. It's a good Brawler nonetheless, and Cordelius rounds out the Moeko's roster.
I think this has potential to be a couple tanks. Jackie's one on my mind right now, to be honest with you, considering we see it quite a bit. It does have a decent ban rate on this map. I'm curious if that's the route they go. Instead, they're just going to be pairing Kit with just some stereotypical brawlers. I'm a little surprised, to be honest with you. Maybe that was just to kind of shape the other side's draft a little bit, to give them those anti-tank brawlers so that they end up just playing into their hands. That's a really interesting way of playing chess here, Trav. I think Kit still a very solid brawler. I think ideally you want it with those tankier ones. Maybe with somebody like Nita it works, but I think this is just big belief that Kit is better than people think he is without tanks.
Yeah, but I think at the same time it is, obviously, because they couldn't get that Buster. They had to pivot and move to something else. And here's Moeko's, at least in my eyes, who have a decent composition here. They'll jump onto him now, and he'll get a couple of shots for Kyodog super along the way. Loco's going to go in for that shot. Might be able to find the opening now. Goes down the bottom. Super shot. Should slide in. Stands still to make sure. And Loco starts off strong for Moekos.
Easy knockdown there for the red roster. What a start. Great positioning. Excellent work there. That's the kind of start you need against a great team on the other end. Now SSG converting all their force towards offense, though. There's a little power up there, getting the extra heals coming in from Larry and Lori. Alonso trying to rush his team down the map a little bit. Just hold on to positioning here because nobody has grabbed that ball yet.
Yeah, Alonso going forward now. Oh, great play from Kyodog to jump over that, but Loco's going to go again. Jumps onto the ball. Shot doesn't come through. And Christian can't get the damage done to open up the goal mouth for his teammate. Another jump from Kyodog. Will get the connection, but he does take a little bit of a hit to the face from that second blow. But a level 4 is not something he's going to complain about.
That had potential to be a game ender right there. It was just off, not enough time. Kyodog to follow through shots. Adinho rushing forward, grabs the kill. Kyodog will have a wide open net as a result, and they're going to tie this ball game up.
Yeah, what a way to bounce back from Space Station. Then early goal from Moekos, but Kyodog instantly level 3 again. Doing a great job of getting these levels secured. And it does come from that Kit jumping on someone and then guaranteeing nice little stun there. Coming in, Kyodog's going to score that kill and a 2v1 with Loco. Should go their way, but he gets the super. Oh, just released the ball in time. Pitch perfect from SSG.
That was a great comeback. I was right there with you, holding my breath a little bit, just figuring out if he would have the reflexes and the foresight to kind of throw that one through the net, and it was just enough. Cordelius nearly made a hero's play happen, but just fell short. Same man that got an early bucket as well. Despite such a strong start, it is still SSG with that first game. You've got to capitalize those on you can, especially when you're playing the #1 team in your region.
Yeah, Dinho rolls on in and does actually survive for quite a long time. That Firecroach just going to go towards Alonso and pick up the ball. Maybe wanted to go for the goal, but realized, well, or at least thought better of it. Kyodog going to jump away, evade that shot, and get level 2 going. Some added speed. Shouldn't be, you know, with this pace against the Buster, you should be quite close to level 3 already, but Adinho's going to get brought into the realm. Loco just going to go for the mushrooms, get some healing going, and Adinho just having to retreat, because that is not a matchup that he'll succeed in.
Without super, Kit's just going to have to kind of wait around. There's the opportunity. Now the teammate's going to go for the follow-through shots. Christian responds. Now has reinforcements. The Law going to be facing off against Firecrow. SSG still a strong positioning. No buckets for either end so far. Indeed, just going to press them back even further. I think they're going to rely on their teammate to bring this one up now.
Oh, Kyodog, what a jump, and he's got his gadget popped as well, waiting for him to be hit so he can get the ammo back. Ball comes up behind him, and Space Station playing it perfectly after conceding that really early goal in the first game. Moekos haven't really had a look in since.
Visibility going to be so good with that cardboard box. There's a reason they nerfed that a few months ago. The hypercharged bear going down instantly, but the offense from SSG still going strong. Another super being rotated. Kyodog diving in. Christian low HP, just enough to survive this, but incoming Bruce the Bear. Interception from Loco. Great goalkeeping skills. He's still got multiple members on the other end to deal with, though.
Yeah, Fycro comes in for the save. Gets some bear with me heals towards his bear as well. Bear gonna be thrown up. There's the stun on top of it as well. Pass might be there to Adinho, but Cordelius returns once more. Kaidog grabs the ball, super to the middle. Adinho looking for the ball in. Loco gets the super, but Fycro should be able to walk this. Larry and Laurie is all that can be there to defend, and SSG takes set number 1.
Beautifully played. Game number 2 was much more convincing than that first one. It was an excellent heads-up play with that bucket on the bottom right-hand corner with that super shot, but other than that, smooth sailing for SSG.
It did look quite smooth, as you say. You know, as that first early goal, I was like, oh, okay, Moekos, maybe we got something going in. Maybe we can make something happen. A little bit of an upset against SSG in the semi-finals. But SSG were just having none of that. And they just take, 4 straight goals after that, secure themselves that first set in a convincing fashion.
Convincing fashion with a questionable draft, and that might be on my end, right? I know Kit's a good brawler. I feel like I'm so conditioned to see Kit with these strong, tanky brawlers that I was assuming Jackie. Obviously, Buster got stolen. That would have been my top guess, considering how often he has played at a professional level. Instead, though, they don't rely on him being a pseudo-thrower whatsoever. They just dive in. They're getting those stuns, great follow-up shots, and awareness from the teammates to go for this. It allowed Kaidog to get some easy charge up from Surge, too. That's kind of an underrated combo, and I think a factor that made the difference here. When you have a brawler that's a little bit tougher to obviously get past that tier 1, having a teammate that quite literally puts them in their place, that stuns them, allows for Surge to just charge up so easily.
Yeah, and Charge Up easily did 11 kills, 437.
Wow.
It just shows how many supers he'll have had. If you can get 11 kills and 437 damage, you're going to be hitting shots very, very frequently. Probably like, one shot every 4 seconds, and that's a lot of supers to roll in with Fycro, 7 kills, Edinho with 4. He's a support. He's not going to do all that. Jumps in, stuns, heals teammates. I don't think he actually got anybody's back throughout the entirety to be there, but 4-5-3. Just not comparable from the opposing side.
The kill category is certainly going to the left-hand end, but most importantly, the goals alongside that. They just had so many opportunities to clear the path for them, move up the ball, and especially, I mean, it really started right after that first goal. So it was kind of a wake-up call for them. They didn't make any mistakes, and like you said, that was something that stood out to me. Kit wasn't on the backs of anybody. He was an individual brawler doing his thing. I think it's just something that shows me that Kit is stronger maybe than I realized, even outside of those tanks. He's an individual, too. Awesome to see that happen. Now, this would be a map I don't expect to see Kit, however, at least not without a tank. Certainly that would be a crazy play into something like Heist, where you're relying on damage, relying on DPS onto that safe. We've seen a lot of interesting ones so far today. BB was somebody that's always a fan favorite for me, and also somebody that showed up here earlier with some excellent plays. Very different team at the time, obviously, but nonetheless a fun one that I'm gonna keep my eyes out for, even in just the South America region. Chuck makes so much sense to me, though, just to be a ban.
Yeah, it does make sense. Can just head straight towards that safe, which is definitely not something you want to see happen. Rico going to be sliding on in, and it's actually the first time we've seen this map in quite a while not be played with all-out aggression, all-out tanks. A Rico first pick is just not something we've seen in quite some time. So we're over to SSG for their 2 first picks. And Moeko's starting things off strong. Rico, I'm surprised not to see him higher up on those ban rates, but it is... Sure, probably got a decent pick rate. Ruff's going to be brought in as well to kind of match the ability to bounce around some walls, obviously not to the same standard, but SSG aren't going to be complaining too much about that because it can wall break if they needed to.
A Crow is the next selection as well. Something that we saw be very popular at EMEA yesterday, and it arguably is a lot more popular there than it is over here, at least in terms of practices and scrims at the top is tier. Crow's somebody that shows up. He's more middle of the pack, though, I would say, in terms of rate of play, like the Rico and the Ruffs. None of these guys are banned brawlers. Oftentimes, they're kind of borderline played. Nita is somebody I kind of much more expect to see, given how good she is in the meta. It also prevents any tanky ideas, and of course, you can let loose with Bruce the Bear on that high safe if you get across the map.
Larry and Laurie going to roll in as Moekos' last pick. A little bit of a thrower in the mix, which is honestly quite surprising, knowing that Ruffs is going to be wanting to break up the map, and still something like a Griff lays on the table to get those guaranteed breaks as well. Wouldn't be surprised if that's something that SSG do kind of go towards, to have those guaranteed breaks with the piggy banks when faced with a thrower. And also the Rico, the Nita aren't going to really be too pleased about the walls being broken down against a Crow. So we'll see if that's something that SSG do choose, or if they're just going to go, a bit different, a bit more control along the way, or maybe just even send out a tank.
Ooh, we got a fun factor kind of brawler here too. I kind of like this. It's clear that they're going for the wall break, right? They want to disrupt what Larry and Lori are trying to do. Rico obviously benefits from the walls. They're going to trim those down. And Nita is somebody that doesn't have the range to keep up with Colt. Hardly keeps up with something like a Colonel Ruffs. Crow's not going to be able to bring a Nita down, for example, from far away, but at least has that kind of range, right? There's visibility for this roster on the left. There's wall break. There's high damage output onto that safe with a hypercharged Crow and a Colt just in general. Colonel Ruffs kind of in the middle of all that, a good support brawler going to power up the teammates. I don't mind this finish for SSG in the draft.
Well, should be an early break for Kydog. Not the best of breaks. I will say going to require another gadget to be able to take down that wall fully. But Alonso taking some shots early on from Firecrow, which is, I'm sure, going to be pretty pleased by Firecrow. Nice slow coming in there as well. Not able to get the finish just yet, and Firecrow just going to slide in for it now. Guarantee that finish off. And another wall break comes in. Dino doing a good job against Loco, but a little bit of a bouncy castle, a gadget we don't really see too much anymore, sadly, because I really enjoyed that coming through, but the multi-ball launch has just been so strong as of recent.
Well, Kyo Dog's exhausted all of his gadgets here. Going to be breaking down all these walls. Rico just going to have to play this skinny left-hand lane, which is still great for him, but they can kind of ignore it. If they want him to get to the other end, though, he's going to meet them with a ton of damage. Rico is somebody that can really get away from you if you don't play defense on him, which is why I think we see Adino kind of glued to him right now.
Yeah, and Firecrow missed the jump on Christian there. I'm sure he's going to be pretty disappointed about that. Adino bringing down some more Meteor to try and open up the, not open up the map, but give them a bit of pressure inside that mid. Christian being pinched in, needs to be taken down here and will burn down thanks to that last shot from Firecrow. Alonso moving forwards, maybe close to Bear, because it does seem quite overly aggressive for that kind of portion. But no damage still for SSG, and Moeko's showing no signs of stopping anytime soon.
Gotta keep going too, because once they get to the other end, Kyo Dog can really let loose. Firecrow can dive in on that Heist safe. This is going to rely on a lot of control here, and Nita is definitely going to struggle with that, but great footwork here to try and avoid all these incoming shots from Kyo Dog, and now they've got the assistance of Christian to kind of help him out. This is a big win on the left hand in too. Loco has a super ready to go. He's going to use the regular shots for now and pound away at that Heist safe.
Kydog, couldn't quite get the hyper charge on safe, but look at this vertical jump from Firecrow, and goodbye safe. 15 already, and it's the first sign of life they've had at it. Adino going to get the trade on that side as well, but not out of the woods just yet. They might have the damage lead, but Moeko's instantly back up top.
This has to be an all-in at this point. I mean, Lonzo is near death. He's going to fade away from the dwindling damage there from Bro's poison. They have to keep lobbing up shots from Larry and Lori, but they're now going to focus down on all of these brawlers. It's 16-9 in terms of percentage points. Loco throwing down a super just to try and bring Kyo Dog to his knees, but can't do so. All three members of SSG standing tall right now. Adino with the pickup, shot clock on board, and now Firecrow with a dive in to seal the deal. Unbelievable outpour of damage there coming into the late game from SSG.
I mean, that was just ridiculous. You can't remember wrong, but I think the safe was still 100 when they went in, or pretty much at 100 when they went in the first time. And when they left, it was on 15. Like, how does the safe just get shredded that fast? I mean, a vertical Crow hyper charge is so hard to be able to just secure for yourself, but he managed it perfectly on top of it, and you can just auto-aim that and get max damage.
That's what I was mentioning. It's so difficult. They have to rely on damage the entire time, because if Firecrow and Kyo Dog get let loose, you saw what that could do. That was an unbelievable amount of damage deleted before our very eyes. That Heist safe went from about 100 to 35 in seconds. And now SSG have started even stronger than last time. They've got kills. They've got earlier wall break. Loco's just going to try and sneak over this right hand in, make a breakaway. Does grab this kill. Kyo Dog going down as well. Excellent Rico skills displayed right there.
Adino going to use another Meteor here coming in, rain down. It does bounce the Lori to the left-hand side, but I'm not sure he's too sad about that. The amount of break isn't really comparable to that last game. There's still 4 walls sitting up here, which is going to help out Moeko's quite a bit more, and no breaks left for Kyo Dog. Pretty comparable start to the last one as Moeko's once more start strong, but that's kind of what we come to expect with these compositions.
They've got supers in hand too. Kyo Dog not even using it for the enemy players, just going to disrupt all of that grass. Bounce shots coming in from Loco, a dive in from Firecrow for defense, and it'll cost him his life here as Christian can keep chipping away at this Heist safe. That's not their primary concern though. Kyo Dog with a big lane victory. They clean up there, and now all 3 members of the blue side are going to be able to march forward.
Well, moving forwards now. Firecrow going to get a few shots on. Christian hitting some as well. Alonso trying to flank on this right side, but does get slowed down, and now Kyo Dog might want to unleash some shots towards that safe, but chooses to just wait, be patient. They're not that far behind. That power-up still lurking on the right-hand side there. Adino already has one for himself, so Firecrow might choose to go for it. Lori going to come down on this right now as well, and Kyo Dog has the super to be able to burn through all of it. Chooses not to use it. So obviously Christian's just going to switch places with them. Break is there as well. And Loco very, very low, but not yet gone. Adinho going to pinch around, should be able to get both of them, but only gets one. Kaidog will finish the other.
It's gonna be a battle in mid here. Once again, this is close, but Firecrow doesn't have a super. You see the hypercharge. They immediately focus this down, though. Kaidog only down to 3,000 HP, forced away, popping a hypercharge of his own with 25 on the clock. They're gonna have to act fast, gonna take some perfect precision, and now there's an extra spawner on the map. Alonso just forced to play this longer range. Firecrow now diving in. This has to be perfect, and it was. Successful defensive effort. Adinho just a little bit of a breakaway if he can get there. Nita lobbing up shots just to hold them off a little bit longer. No jump available for Firecrow. Beautiful execution there. Gonna tie things up.
Well, SSG in a bit of a rough spot now, as Moekos did seem to be firmly in control of all of that there. Great stuff from Moekos to hold on at the end. Firm out that defense, and honestly, when that crow jump came in, I was a little bit worried, but he was traded out. Moekos instantly just kind of evening things out. Now the wall breaks start to come in once more. Kaidog breaks that one down. Possibly need to be a bit better than the last game, because I feel like more walls remained.
Gonna be a third game here. 100 on each end. Wall break for Kaidog. This time it's gonna be a strong one to bring down some of those walls. The supers can assist in things like the grass, but I think most importantly, they're trying to focus and prevent the Rico from getting these insane bounce shots like you're seeing on this left-hand end. Some extra heals going down. Alonso joining him now. Kaidog with just enough HP to maybe slip by here, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. He's gonna get a ton of damage as a reward.
Yeah, well, the break comes through now. Gets rid of some of those rolls on the right-hand side. Christian's going to go down too. Ficro just looking for his supers. That can be so dangerous. A little bit of a slow in there to try and assist his teammate with Loco. Not yet getting the finishing blow. Alonso just holding out. Nice silver bullet there from Kaidog to be able to help Firecrow in the mid. And Loco not looking too healthy. And it's Space Station with a phenomenal start this time.
Another dive in from Crow and gonna go down instantly here. Christian, still plenty of HP to work with as Kaidog goes to the long-range duel against Alonso. That's going to be favorable for somebody like Kaidog. Little rain from the skies coming in as all of the assistance from Colonel Ruffs goes down. A nice shot there as well. He's going to power himself up as a result, too. This is still a small lead for Space Station Gaming. Back and forth right now as Kaidog gets a nice victory there. All three members of SSG now standing tall. Alonso just trying to get sneaky. Again, this is such a tough matchup for him, especially with that Crow Poison slowing him down in HP on his feet as well. And as a result, Adinho able to get those follow-through shots. Excellent stuff there.
Well, now the finishing blow starts coming. Firecrow just obliterates that safe again. And SSG just can't be stopped. They hit a hurdle. They get beaten in the second game of Heist. And they bounce back stronger than ever. Instant control, which is just something we don't expect to see when their composition shows up in comparison to that Moekos side. But they get that early control. They get the damage and they hold firm all the way through this time.
Excellent stuff there. I mean, honestly, that Crow and Colt combination was absolutely insane. I don't think I've seen a high safe deleted that quickly in a long time, and we saw this brawler pop up a ton in EMEA, in practices throughout all the regions. Hasn't shown up as much. Obviously, I can't see the bans and that data and things like that, so that might be part of it, but I think Crow has proven his worth here. I mean, look at that. Just insane how quickly that gets melted. That's so tough to do. There are so many good brawlers with so much more DPS than Crow, but one hypercharge super perfectly landed is enough to get you a victory. That's what I kind of like about Heist, right? I feel like a lot of the times when I see pro players in losing sets, it's because they're relying too much on control trap. But at the end of the day, you just got to find a way to get to the other end, get high safe damage, and that's something that Crow can do. I'm not the biggest Crow fan on the rest of the maps and the map pool, but this is an instance where I think it can work.
Yeah, like, genuinely, we've seen Crows so much across this map, and it just seems to be that thing that everybody's gravitating towards. And yeah, as you mentioned, how fast that safe got absolutely melted. It was from 100 to 15 by a Crow and a Colt in about 3 seconds, and that is just absolutely unparalleled damage that nobody else can bring to the table. So SSG, they're in a good space. 2-0 now in terms of sets. Just need this one more to be able to secure themselves that grand final spot and get a step closer to that World Finals qualification. Obviously, they'll have to come back next month for it, but you've got to have full faith in Space Station to make it to the monthly finals.
Smiles being exchanged on this side. They're definitely comfy right now. just trying to extend their point lead in this region to try and guarantee themselves that coveted World Finals spot. LCQ already in the picture, postseason promise for these guys. And obviously, they've been one of the best all year long, but obviously a little stumble last month. 3-2 loss in the grand finals. I'm sure they're going to be trying to get right back where you started. Mareiko's on the other end. Gonna be in a tougher spot. This is a big opportunity for them. They need this win. They need to disrupt things. They need to cause an upset. Otherwise, the likelihood of them going to the postseason, especially with a team like Mini Pekka's lurking, is going to be tough for them. And it looks like while we work through some technical difficulties on that end, we're gonna be filling in for Mr. Trav for a little bit. Mareiko's, though, like I said, in a very difficult position here. SSG now up 2-0. This is a team that's been running this region all year long. One of the best in the region, long-time players with huge standing here. And all you can do is sit back and take it one set at a time. There's only 3 spots in this region that you can go. And one of them's already been claimed by SSG. Another one likely claimed by Mini Pekka's. If the way this year has played out and progressed, if things go according to plan, Mareiko's are going to have to fight for the 3rd spot here. This would have been a huge opportunity for them. They still have a lot of work to go. Entering set 3, which is going to be Bounty Hideout. And we've got some interesting ones here. Tom, we're going to bring you in. Thanks for helping out, brother. Glad to have you on the mic.
Hey, when does Tribe play? Oh, wrong broadcast. All right, Space Station Gaming up 2-0 to Maruekas, and we're going to jump into Bounty Hideout here. All right, I was watching a little bit on the back end, but give me the quick and dirty. How did sets 1 and 2 go?
I would say pretty convincing stuff overall. We had a little bit of back and forth in set number 2, but all in all, it feels like SSG are just the better team so far. I feel like when we look at the landscape of this region, right, we have a team like SSG who have been very consistent all year long. The biggest mistake they've made is losing a grand final set 5 last month. Other than that, they've been pretty flawless. It feels like no exception here today. It feels like a team that's deserving of going to a grand finals. They still have one more set at least cut out for them. They have to get it done here in Hideout. But I would say they're certainly the favorites.
Well, at the moment, you know, Bounty, Trav and I always talk about Bounty being kind of like the great equalizer. It's just kind of quintessential, you know, it's TDM plus, right? But it's just Brawl Stars, right? Just play well. There's no football gimmick. There's no heist safe where Crow can actually be played. It's just Brawl Stars. And I like that for a lot of reasons. And I think this is where Space Station really proves how tall they are. I think that this is where you kind of get to step forward and maybe step over your opposition.
Huge opportunity to close out and make a statement, right? They're already a team with postseason promise. Now they can keep extending this lead. There's only 1 spot available for guaranteed World Finals, and a win here to get themselves to the Grand Finals would be 1 step closer to that. Of course, there's a couple LCQs on the line, but you'd rather take your guaranteed ticket and a straight shot to the World Finals if you can help it. We're going to be hopping in here for Hideout. This is going to be set number 3. Looks like the draft came through, and it was a Bell, Gray, and Meg on one end. On the other side, RT, who I actually do really like right now, and Pearl, who's actually been pretty popular in general.
Yeah, a lot of Pearl selections have been showing up here as of late. Marueka is playing this aggressively. Loco on the left lane, dealing with Adinho, but Alonso just tackling Kyle Dog here. A little bit of help from Gray, as the pull winds up confirming a kill. So 9 stars for Maruekas, and Space Station Gaming. This is the great equalizer. Maruekas are brawling better.
And they need it badly, too. Again, 1 game at a time, but they're going to have to make a miracle happen. A reverse sweep, the only way that they can keep moving forward in this tournament. And they're just piling it up right now. Adinho, though, some fancy footwork. Insane dodges there. Reinforcements inbound as well. It took a whole teleport, an entire army to try and bring him down. Nice damage amplifier. 15-0. This is the first signs of dominance we have seen from this red roster.
Yeah, I mean, I stepped in here and you were like, Space Station Gaming's just about, are you a liar? Maruekas are playing well. Another fancy little TP there. Loco with the last hit. Christian has been performing. And 17 stars away. 2 kills will just end the contest. 1 more, and we don't even need 33 seconds. Just like that, Maruekas win this one, and they win it emphatically.
Maybe it was Trav's fault. Maybe something about his presence just really threw these fellas off. Whatever reason, F. Dot, you were the charm that is giving these guys success. We haven't seen anything like that in the past 2 sets. That was unbelievable, dominant, and just through and through a better team in that game. I mean, Space Station Gaming got their work cut out for him here. I feel like when I look at these brawlers on paper, it's not a bad beat. Really like Meg in general. I think Gray can be underestimated. Bell with the bounce shot is good. I don't really have an excuse here for SSG.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at Kyle Dog's selection here, and I'm not sure how much strength Pam brings here. And Kyle Dog he's the guy that I want to circle strafe you on Stu. I don't know that I stick him on the thick Healy totem, girl. You know, question it a little bit, and I think I'm allowed to when you lose 21-0 and then go into game 2 9-0. Still have yet to fall down. Alonso playing with fire out of the mech. It do not matter. 11 above none. Marawakers have woken up.
I love it too. Love to see the fire from them challenge this SSG team. They haven't had any adversity here today. This is definitely the first signs that his Loco grabs another one here. Christian teleport available. They're going to be careful about how they approach Fire Crow, and another one goes down. 13-4. Finally, SSG get on the board, at least for this game. Still a minute left. They're going to have to play it pretty perfectly, though.
For a second there, I thought we were going to see the first ever complete shutout, because we've never seen that 2 games in a row. But on the board, as you mentioned, for SSG, and now SSG have a little bit of that momentum. They're pressuring, they're shoving Marawakers into the corner, but Christian's shoving back. TP to TP to TP. A third one, out comes the Bell on the left-hand side, and Kyle Dog half HP. Marawakers are swinging.
SSG have to take a stand here. Fire Crow might be able to blow these walls down and not give them any room to breathe on the other end. They're fighting a shot clock, fighting a deficit. Adinho left-hand side flank. Alonso dwindling down. There's the first.
Huge.
Now they're going for the team wipe. The perfect sweep here. A blow-up of Alonso and a walk away. Mic drop for sure. Space Station Gaming make the comeback.
Boys just sticking their heels into the mud and saying, listen, y'all toppled us in game 1 and kind of halfway through game 2 as well. But we woke up, we stood up, and then we brought it back at the last second, like literally 3 seconds to go. They find the lead-changing takedown there. So SSG, 1 away from making it to the grand finals. Marawakers here, well, 1 away from the first set of the contest. So an uphill battle for our red team for sure, but they've shown us that it's a battle and they can absolutely make it happen. As 2 players walk down 1, Kyle Dog eats it. Christian on the good side, assisted by Alonso on the Meg.
SSG giving us a friendly reminder of why they're the best of the best in this region with that last game. But once again, a similar start here. It's just so shocking to me that they've consistently gone down early. Another wall tear there. Adinho finally getting an early one here. 2-7. Took him a while to get there, and Christian diving in, smells the blood in the water and goes for it. I love this aggression. You gotta play with confidence into these guys, otherwise it could be all over.
This combo of Christian and Loco have been really powerful. Alonso is playing Meg, you know, thumbs up, dude. But I'm really liking the taps out of Bell, the pulls and the TPs out of Christian. Really strong stuff from these sharpshooters. And this is where they get into trouble. Space Station can shove them into a locker, but it looks like Marawakers are the ones heading to recess.
They're going to try not to get bullied here, just like they did in game number 2. They got to hold on for 40 more seconds as Kyle Dog throws down some fire. Now a healing station to help him out a little bit here, too. Fire Crow has a super once again. They've got the scrap sucker. Not going to get any value out of that. I think a little bit preemptive with going for that. Good news for Marawakers is they do have a marker onto Adinho as well. They just got to survive 24 more seconds. Otherwise, their tournament life is over.
Wall on the right side is going to be a big space of opportunity for SSG to get fighting here, which seems weird because I know that Marawakers are leaning on these sharpshooters, but it really is what they're using for cover. 2 players coalescing on Alonso, and they're going to win it. So it's 5-10 now. Now it's 10-13, though. Marawakers answers back. 1 second on the clock, and 1 star above. Marawakers take the set, and we've got a contest.
I had a good friend of mine tell me not to do math on broadcast. I was a little nervous, but I was pretty sure they were good once they got that team wipe that went through. 1 star off the mark, just shy of it. I think just too early. I think that game number 2 was obviously insane. A great demonstration that SSG can quite literally overcome anything. But at that point, it was done and dusted. Just too much, too little, too late. Really impressive stuff, and I'm glad the red roster finally showed up here a little bit. They're too good of a team to get swept the way they had before. A 2-0 in that first one. Brawl Ball was dominant. Heist, they had some moments, but I would say that Crow Colt combination was really, really solid. This time around, I think just a clean game from Bounty. It wasn't really a cheesy composition, quote unquote, either. No arguments here. I think just some great gameplay.
No, I think this is the opposite of the cheesy composition. This is a difficult to execute, not really much room for error type comp. You gotta be tapping with the Bell and the Gray. If you are not hitting these shots, you are not winning this game. Not only did they hit these shots, they hit these shots uncontested in game 1. Game 2, almost the same, wind up getting walked over in the last couple of seconds. Classic Bounty play, and then bringing it again. This, again, Alonso played well. It wasn't even a slouch. It's just that Christian Loco, this combo, the Gray pulls into the Bell taps, huge damage coming out from those two in particular, and Alonso just providing the front line to allow those two to go to work. Fantastic performance, man. I could talk about this match all day.
All around great team effort there. I think all of them clearly doing some DPS. They're getting the numbers up. They're getting the damage in. It's just Christian was the one that was able to get those follow throughs. And a lot of the times with that hook, with that teleport, you can go get the extra step and grab that takedown, which is obviously very important for something like a Bounty. Things get a little different here on Dueling Beetles though. This one's a time of possession, right? You're fighting for that mid ground. There's only one point on the map that matters, and it's who can fight and tackle it for the longest here. Gray also going to be banned. Another Mortis ban, which we actually saw earlier, making me think they're going to do something similar. Yeah, they're going to want to thrower here. Mortis, the ultimate thrower counter. They're removing that. They're taking out Barley, which is not the thrower they want. They just want to prevent the other end from being able to grab it. And so they're going to get theirs of choice. And Larry Laurie, I think, going to be arguably the best choice at thrower for them.
This is the map. This is one of the maps that weird melee picks like Mortis actually work out. The grass is close enough to that mid spot, and you go in there, you toss the bats, and you cycle a little bit, and you can team wipe by yourself. So Mortis, always funny to laugh at the grave robber, but he will put you in said grave. So the kit comes out though as well, with Kyle Dog along for the ride, with Surge along for the ride. Again, similar to what we saw, I don't think the kit wants to team up with the Surge. It's going to be that third selection that the kit jumps on. But Pam, as much as I lamented KD's selection of her last time around here, Kenny, excuse me, Pam I think is integral on this map. I think very important to right there. You put that little turret and you heal the whole time.
I agree. I feel like Pam's just going to always be around on this map, right? I thought very similar to you about the kit, too. I just assumed, hey, they want to pair it with a tank. I'm so conditioned to feel that way. Earlier, when you were off screen, though, they actually ended up making this combination work out really well. And I think the reason why, it's not something I would have just instantly thought, but Surge is a brawler that really struggles to charge up, right? At tier 1, he's not a great brawler. Kit, while not riding the backs of somebody else, can attack an enemy, stun them, freeze them. Surge can get those easy lob shots and just charge that up. And it was something really clever that I really haven't seen too much. So they're actually going to go with Cordelius here. And I think Surge and Kit's actually a combo that works out pretty well.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely. It is definitely early in Kit's lifespan, so to speak, like grand scheme of things, So Kit plus tank is what we know, but there could be planets out there that we don't know of. First on the point, Space Station Gaming. Firecrow, yeah, there it is. Firecrow and Cowdog wiped off as Maraweka's come and step forward. So a kill here, a kill there, but Maraweka's punched back with a vengeance, and this one's going to be tough to take against the Stu and the Pam. Larry and Laurie, though. Larry, probably easier to take down. As soon as I start thinking about that, he winds up getting the kill. As long as Christian has this positioning, I think he'll be safe, but Space Station Gaming need to come on back as a unit.
And here it comes. They've got a Dino and Firecrow together, but Loco going to be trying to fight back. Firecrow, low HP, makes the dodge. Not enough, though. Great footwork there. It is enough for SSG to expand just a little bit. They were down tremendous. Now it's much more manageable. Or they've got 9,600 HP incoming on the other side, and a very oppressive Larry Laurie that can kind of just hunker down and hide behind these walls.
Here comes the kit thrower. Alonso just sandwiched as Loco's trying to dance around everybody. Firecrow, look at the positioning from Firecrow, making sure to take these fights away from Stu around the corner. Stu is the performer right now for me, for Maruekas. He's the one getting a lot of this work done, and SSG are just avoiding him when they can.
And that's probably why they drag him to the Shadow Realm instantly. It's their brawler of choice to remove. However, that means that Pam's going to be able to bolster that HP and stay up top just a little bit longer. All the members of SSG rising to the occasion, though. A hypercharge for added measure. Going to be removing Christian from the equation, and now Kyodog can kind of just sit back and relax here. It's going to be a close call, but as long as they have one of two members staying up here, they should be okay. 4,000. It's going down quickly. A dive away. They're going to substitute a Dino here for what I believe for a second just to try and get in. He jumps in. It's only enough for 1% though.
Oh, Firecrow locked outside. Marueka's counting up from 93. All they have to do is step on the point. Kyodog walks in. He actually doesn't get it. It's the top side that makes it happen. Doesn't matter, 100%. And that's all that anybody remembers, is that SSG gets the W for this game. Well played by both teams. Marueka's really made Space Station work for that one.
I thought maybe that SSG were going to drop that. It came down to the wire. 1% difference, and SSG going to be on a match point here. Especially after a slow start, F-Dot. That was really impressive that they were able to kind of come back, make that kit work. That's a beautiful dodge from Stu, though. It's going to be hard for Kit to tackle.
Yeah, that's who Space Station have been focusing on. It's the Stu, and for good reason. You know, Christian is going to be able to get you from beyond, and Alonso obviously providing a lot of support, but everybody's looking at Loco. Firecrow goes up north to take down the enemy Stu player while his two teammates sit on the point. So a third of the way done here for the black and yellow. As Adinho jumps into Christian, confirms those shots from Kyodog. That's the interaction you were talking about, Kenny, and a great one at that.
Yep, they finally get Kyodog up to that tier 2. He's going to be a tier 3 for a second there due to Gadget. And Dino already back into super form. Now they don't have to worry about charging Surge up. They can just give him the heals so he can kind of force the interaction, right? He doesn't have to worry about going down as easily. He's got insta heals constantly from the pseudo thrower in Kit. Time of possession clearly in SSG's favor, and this is not going anywhere near as closely as it was in game number 1.
Well, here comes Stu dancing and trying to take down Kyodog, but level 4 is certainly a strong look, and Space Station Gaming put together a strong look. Marueka's tried to bring it out towards the end. They stretched us to a 4th set, but it's Space Station Gaming that will return to the grand finals.
Goodness gracious. Just overall pretty dominant. It was weird because that set 3 was obviously completely the other way for the most part. A nice resurgence there in that game number 2 and an epic comeback for SSG. Ultimately, it's a set dropped though. They haven't been flawless, but man, most sets have been pretty darn good. This team is number 1 in the region for a reason. There's a reason they're going to the postseason. I feel like the train for these guys is just going to keep rolling.
You know what? I am a smart enough man not to agree with that, or not to disagree with that, dude. I think that the Space Station Gaming team has, you know, they've earned a lot of their superlatives. Again, I bring up all the time that I gas up Kyodog a lot, and we talk a lot about, but this is a dominant team, dominant in this region. We'll forget about that bounty, and they're a dominant squad that rarely ever falters. I think that's interesting, though. If I am, I mean, I was going to say a South American team, but heck, as we approach international competition with LCQ on the line and Worlds later on, if I'm looking at Space Station Gaming, I'm looking at that bounty and I'm trying to figure out what went wrong, because it went so wrong for Space Station Gaming and I feel comfortable kind of throwing this at them because they've been so successful this year. That was unequivocally the worst performance we have seen from SSG all year, period. And so that's the VOD I'm watching if I'm playing them anytime soon.
Yeah, kind of trying to figure out what happened there for sure. You know, in the draft, we didn't necessarily get to catch all that. I don't know what the order of operations were in terms of those picks. You can see the bans, but I feel like they honestly just maybe got outplayed a little bit. I don't feel like they were super duper hard countered or anything there. But outside of that, I mean, I think those are the things that if SSG can iron those things out, that's what makes a team special at a global level. We're talking about these guys at a regional level. They still want to get the job done here today, but obviously showing great promise to go against the rest of the world. And this set in particular, the kill count pretty even, F-Dot, but nonetheless, that Kyodog Adinho combo of Kit Surge ended up working out really well for them.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of strong players out here. Kyle Dog, Fire Crow, and Adinho bringing this one for themselves, fighting grand finals, but also bringing this one for mini Pekkas. We got some of the biggest brains in esports backstage crunching the numbers, and they have just confirmed that mini Pekkas are actually going to the LCQ as a result of this determination. So Maraweka is falling down, failing to gain more points, means that mathematically, Space Station Gaming are guaranteed at least the LCQ. We already been done on that. But mini Pekkas as well are also guaranteed the LCQ at the very least. Fire Crow, guaranteed MVP because, well, here he is. He's the MVP as voted on by you at event.brawlstars.com.
Spots are running out, F. Fire Crow and his teammates can celebrate. They've got theirs in the bag. They've got a guaranteed run in the offseason, but there's only 3 slots available. We've already crowned 2, not necessarily guaranteed for Worlds or anything like that. Only one team can grab that, but they're running out of options here. This second matchup, especially with another team outside of mini Pekkas, if you can get an upset there, it's going to be a big deal. I think this Team Queso team has to kind of step up here. This is a big moment for them because if they do get this win, that might be enough to keep them in that 3 spot.
Yeah, that seems to be where they're most comfortable, in that 3 spot, unfortunately. Queso trying to break that one open as we head to our second semifinals. The BSC presented by the SPS. Right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, friends. Semifinal 1 in the book. Space Station Gaming at least going to LCQ, definitely going to Grand Finals. And Mini Pekka's Team Queso, one of those teams, headed to Grand Finals as well. Ken, we just had that Space Station 1. Some interesting scenarios popping out here. But ultimately, Maraweka's falling to the wayside as well. Guarantees Mini Pekka's LCQ, but I don't think that's any reason for them to rest on their laurels and put their feet up.
Yeah, there's still a spot to be contended for a World Finals guarantee. One spot available in SA. That is not a lot of room for error. Obviously, Mini Pekka's off to a much slower start in this region compared to somebody like Space Station Gaming, who claimed the first 2 monthly finals. Today, they've walked through their opponents 3-1, 3-1. On the other end, Mini Pekka's looking really strong. And Team Queso on the other side of this coin, barely squeezed by the Kings of Power League. They are here, though. They have an opportunity, and they need to capitalize on it. Like you said, we've guaranteed 2 LCQ spots already. There's only 3 spots total in the region. If they want to be that third team, a win here today would be a huge start.
Well, it's been a huge start for us all day today. We saw 2 of our quarterfinals on this broadcast. The other 2 were on our sister stream, which you could find at event.brawlstars.com. You can find your predictions and even some free stuff there as well. So make sure you go ahead and visit that as often as possible. But Pekka, Motep, and Hubi representing Mini Pekka's free agents, as I continue to remind the organizations out there. These boys have earned it. Pick them up. They won last month above their biggest opposition in Space Station Gaming, trying to get to Grand Finals and potentially do it again. Pekka and Motep certainly strong. I'm always looking at Hubi. I think he's the one that winds up grabbing my attention a lot. Motep won MVP last time around, but Coach Roll is somebody that we don't talk about a lot. He's the one in the blue on the right-hand side. And this guy, listen, the drafts, the smart stuff has been really, really evident. And that's generally what I attribute to the coach, Ken. And so I've really, really liked watching this team. And I think we've seen his work month to month to month to month.
It's always interesting to kind of see how the draft plays out for each team. Sometimes it's an ongoing conversation between the 3 guys on the field and then having one person in their ear just as a friendly reminder of things. Hey, this is what we've done in the past. Sometimes it's coach taking the control. Sometimes it's one player who takes control. Either way, no matter how you spin it, clearly something good's going down with these drafts, because we've seen several instances today of just pure dominance, brilliance in these drafts. Ways to do it, Draco. When they were dealt this first overall pick, how do you capitalize? How do you prevent the enemy team from preemptively taking you down and countering what you want to do? They've done a great job of that all day long. I think Team Queso going to be a bigger test for them in terms of caliber of the enemy team, but nonetheless, I still expect smart decisions from these guys.
The Chilean squad certainly in no slouches themselves. JXCR is, and Brian coming on through. I made a little bit of a knock on them. They are kind of habitually in that 3rd spot, but that means they are habitually above all of the other squads. You know, we don't generally see them losing early in the contest, just sort of here in our semifinals. A little over a third are going with Team Queso here. I don't hate it. And, you know, this is their opportunity to find themselves jumping over what I think is an upper card, Kenny. I would probably say that Mini Pekkas have the upper hand, but I don't know by how much.
I think Mini Pekkas deserve to be the favorites. Obviously, a little bit of recency bias in that with how they've done, but in general, they've made the grand finals at least twice. Team Queso have yet to get past the semifinals. In fact, that's the only thing they've done this year, which is very good. Not good enough to be in 1st or 2nd right now, though. And if they want to keep climbing, if they want to be that solidified 3rd team, you have to make some upsets happen at some point here. Gonna lock in that tick 1st overall selection. It's a really pesky brawler, even at a pro level. Completely understand why you want to get it early. On the other end, they're gonna go for some serious damage with that sharpshooter. It's going to be Piper.
What's always interesting to me on Gold Arm Gulch is how teams sort of kind of play the gentleman's agreement. It's not for real, but basically every time we see this map played, everybody just walks up the left side. But then if you don't, you get a couple of surprise kills and you might steal a round. Obviously, it's not going to work the whole time, but that is always what I'm looking at here, Kenny.
I'm really glad you mentioned that because honestly, that is so true. The mind games on this map in particular, they're going to go left. Maybe next time we'll go right. Maybe we'll send one left as a little scout.
They always go left.
Right. It's always left. You're so right. But sometimes they like to mix it up and get a little crazy, especially somebody like Piper. She's not going to be wanting sneaking around that grass. She's the one that's going to want to get a little surprise snipe, be in the mid, have a presence. On the other end, they're going to go with Mandy, who could even outrange somebody like a Piper with that super. They've got Pearl, who's going to be a kind of similar shot to Pam, obviously. I think that's going to be to try and melt down this Meg. And then Gray to end things off. That flying hook is going to be really good to get Tick behind those walls. Obviously, you still got to connect the shot, but this has a lot of potential on the left-hand end.
Different teams, different set altogether, but we saw the Gray sharpshooter combo last time around. Gray and Bell were the ones kind of showing off, and so Gray and Piper are going to do something similar for sure. I just want to check the box. Kit's banned and knockout, so everything is good. That's all I ask. And we'll jump on in here. Got the Mandy selection. I mean, really the thing with Mandy is sometimes we get real deep. This is real simple. If she hits the super, it's good. If not, it's a waste of a pick, I think.
Slow start here, and that's pretty typical for something like a knockout, right? Meg, towards those end games, is going to overpower opponents. That heavy fire that you're seeing from that burst of damage, the high HP, but most importantly, she almost has a second life. While her second life is significantly weaker than her first when she doesn't have a giant robot to back her, it's not as good, but you still have to take her down twice. This is big, though. Miss Super could have been absolutely lethal, but nonetheless, they have removed a huge threat from the other side.
Nubi's out of the mech, so that's certainly a big deal. 3 players strong, though, both sides, and Motep afraid to commit to the flank, and I like that choice. Brian certainly a little scary to get close to. Pole's gonna miss on a tick, and Meg, uninitiated, winds up falling down. Pekka knows it's over, and so they'll go ahead and walk into it. Easy round one. Round one for Team K, so I'll take that back. I don't know if it was easy, but it wasn't difficult.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, though. It felt like it ended a little preemptively right. I feel like that could have been extended a little longer. I feel like a big part of that was the fact they brought down Meg so quick, brought down Mandy so quickly. Meg has been hitting some great shots. Obviously, Meg has to stand still to capitalize on that extra range. Perfect decision, too. Oh, and the clown emote as well. They're having fun. They're winning, but Motep trying to get revenge for his teammates. The tick head connects. They get a takedown, and now it's a 2v2. Team Queso better not celebrate early.
I mean, listen, that was the big deal. Mandy just has to hit that super, does so well. Very telegraphed, we're going to land on that Piper super. Teleport comes out. Surprise, it's us. And Mini Pekkas makes use of that Gray selection.
Ooh, that is a tough beat. The double clown pin, still going with it. At this point, he's just committed. You gotta ride with it the rest of the way. He had a fantastic play, but obviously just so many health points with Meg up in the face of something like a Tick and a Mandy, even with a Mandy super in the face of 7,400 HP. That is clearly not going to be enough. Really great play to start. A couple good rounds from Mandy. They gotta be able to finish up, though.
Yeah, I mean, this Tick is here to kind of separate everybody, make sure Mandy doesn't get run down, but Mini Pekkas doesn't really have a run down at you composition, so I'm not loving what I'm seeing out of the Tick. Pearl's gonna fall down. Mini Pekka is still 3 strong. Motep trying to trade with Riz. A little bit of a reset.
And that clown pin still working. They got a lot of work cut out for themselves, though. Low health points. You only got about 5,000 with Joker there. And then Mandy, not a lot to bolster either, and not somebody that's going to be able to do well into multiple targets. Pekka also has a get-out-of-jail-free card as well. There's the teleport to escape harm, and it's just a lone tick here. 1v3ing with this brawler, darn near impossible. Unbelievable stuff, and we got to see this again, right? Look at this perfectly timed snipe coming in. I feel like Mandy had so many good plays. This was some of the better of those Mandy supers. Obviously, she missed a few, but nonetheless, still a great heads-up decision there.
Absolutely, and I'm celebrating it. I'm not gonna, this is awesome, this is cool, absolutely. But this is what needs to happen if you select the Mandy. That is why you select the Mandy, and that's a good thing that it happened, but I think it's more of expected, and it's a bad thing if it doesn't. So great job there from Team Queso. Mini Pekkas have game 1. Now Queso getting shoved into the corner. It's Gray again. Motep just performing so well on this Gray.
Gray is one of those brawlers on ladder that the average Joe like me cannot do what these guys can do. They are not going to be able to bring out the best of Gray, like all brawlers, but especially somebody like Gray, who's got a little more nuance to him, right? If you nail those walking canes, you know when to use those teleports, you know the proper matchups, and his shot's not the easiest to hit, obviously. Motep is doing phenomenal work at all of the above. He knows what he's doing. He's getting some great tags. Look at this again, just shoves him right in the fog and allows many Pekkas to get an early W.
I mean, he straight up brings less damage than some of the other similar ranged brawlers to the table. But the amount of util he brings that you highlighted is so impactful. And yeah, I think that separates the Joes from the pros. And right here, oh my goodness, Mini Pekka is just shoving Team Queso into a locker. They're in the corner. There's nowhere for you to go. The pull breaks the wall. Here comes Motep. One for me, none for you. Mini Pekkas win that one as well. And they are feeling good.
Game 2, they really cleaned things up. There are a few miscalcs in the first one, I would say. Obviously, the Meg going down early in that opening round. It's kind of what deterred them a little bit, slowed down their progress, but nonetheless, just excellent work. It felt like the mechanics were on point for these guys.
Yeah, just unanswered here. Queso unable to really make it happen. Mini Pekka is just very impressive here. This is a team that I think the win from last month really catalyzed them. And this is a team that they believed in themselves. I think that, you know, I've seen Roll on Twitter. I think that these guys definitely have had that sort of like belief in themselves, but it feels like now they have an extra level. They brought it to a different gear, Kenny, and I'm seeing just a dominant team.
Belief and confidence certainly warranted for these guys, especially for what they've achieved in the past. But it's another thing to actually see yourself do it right. It's not a question of if they can win. Can we do it? We have done it. We can do it again. Just seeing that first one go through in a grand finals is a big deal, especially when they were not quite able to get over that hurdle in months past. And now they're walking up to a team in this opposite side that is really highly seeded. I believe third coming into today, and they just stomped on them in set number 1.
I also think that draft had something to do with this. I didn't love the tick selection. I know I'm a documented tick hater for sure, but I think the tick was brought into this composition to keep players away from Mandy. But Piper and Gray don't want to be on top of Mandy anyway, so that's fine with them. And as a result, JXCR gets 0 kills and 94 DPS total. Tick was a non-factor in this one, and that was a large issue. I don't even mean it JXCR played poorly. I think the selection hamstrung this team for sure.
I think that's very fair, especially considering that oftentimes you need your first pick to be valuable, right? That was the 1.1 overall first draft pick. It's not that unusual to see it happen, but that's part of the issue with going thrower, especially considering the bans that we had. There were still countless options to deal with that well. Sure, on paper, Tick's going to do great into something like a Piper. Historically, that works out really well. But when you pair that with a big bad Meg that's not going to be brought down easily by Tick Mines, Gray who can teleport, Walking Cane, just worked out really well. Removed him from being a factor whatsoever, and that was certainly an uphill fight for somebody playing Tick in that match.
Center stage is where we're jumping on here. So Angelo will make it on through the bans. Certainly a strong sharpshooter. And taking a look at the other bands, no Sandy Busser or Draco, Rosa, and yeah, the usual suspects coming out. So that does leave Stu available. Certainly an evergreen brawler. Very rarely do I say no to Stu. But Angelo also providing some long-range damage here on center stage.
Different region, but the wall break combinations of the Angelo have been popping up quite a bit here. They'll drop something like a Griff or a Colonel Ruffs, and they'll try and open up this map. So I'm kind of scared for them, the fact that they draft Rico here, because he's going to benefit from the bounce shots, right? But if they do end up pairing this with the long-range Angelo, best sharpshooter in the game, quick brawler, has a get-out-of-jail-free card, or can pierce through walls with that other gadget too, then they're kind of in trouble. No matter how you spin this, I think Team Queso have options here. They're going to go with Kit. We've seen Kit and Surge be a pairing multiple times today. There's no Buster available, no Rosa available, no Draco available. And that's exactly what they're going to do. It seems like this is a pairing that South America specifically have found to be very successful. I like it into something like Rico. Obviously, when Stu can move so quickly, has so much acceleration with that super, it's a little bit harder to tackle him, but nonetheless, there should be a couple targets on the map for Surge to cheer up.
Charlie is going to come through, and a decent selection. Obviously, having a little bit of spiders will keep Angelo annoyed and Surge to a certain extent, but once Kit jumps on the backpack, the thrower will be able to kind of deal with some of that. But I like the Charlie and the Stu into this composition. A couple of deployables from the stuntman as well. And so Mini Pekkas have a team that I enjoy here, but I don't think I like Mini Pekkas' draft better than I like Team Queso's, but I don't think this is an overwhelming in their favor draft win.
I'm with you. I think overall it can work pretty well, especially with no wall break. Pekka's going to get much more value. We've got Stu on the left-hand in, who, again, is just going to be able to keep his distance, keep the range. Already an impressive start here as Joker is forced to use a gadget to get that tier 2. There's only one brawler standing in their way, and he knows he can't take him down. It's just an easy walk-in to start things out for the blue side.
Well played, you know. And again, nothing there. I guess the Rico is really, like you noted, he's really playing here. And Brian's going to go ahead and get jumped on. He's the one jumping, but he wound up getting jumped on. So a slovenly shot will be shoved on in there, and I think we spent 30 seconds before game one was over. And you didn't even get a chance to talk, Kenny. So why don't you do the post game?
Goodness gracious. I mean, that's just lightning fast. It should not be that way. And if you really put it into perspective, too, this is the number 2 seed currently in the region against the number 3 seed. Usually, that is close. So far, Team Queso have not been able to showcase that they are even with this Mini Pekkas team. We've got Brian lurking on this right-hand side, but the Spiders are going to reveal him immediately. I think that's part of the reason that Charlie maybe gets a pick here.
Well, trouble now is Team Queso... I thought they had the upper hand here, but JXCR got chased, and then Kit just got put back to the pound. And so great Rico shots again. Pekka is destroying on this right-hand side. And then up top, just the deployables pushing out Riz. And Hubie, Hebe. Nice job there. Goal number 1 for Mini Pekkas.
Another quick one. Just unfaltering. Overall, they are set up for success. This Surge is not going to have it easy. He's on tier 2, can get to tier 3. Brian with no super is significantly weaker. Now they've revealed him here too. They take a lucky gamble and get the shot connected there. A wasted gadget. Kit's just a sitting duck now. He can't move forward. He can't help a teammate. Finally gonna have enough in the tank here to at least ride the back of Brian, but nonetheless, it's still map control for the other end and a cocoon now.
And the shot from a distance. Next. I mean, this was just... They just got a burrito bowl, man. There just wasn't any work here done at all. Queso are a better team than this. But I'm going back to what I said before. I think that this Mini Pekkas team is that good. I think they were this good, and I think the victory has just catalyzed them. They got their Thunderstone, and they are riot-chewing through this bracket, and listen, I'm enjoying the show. I like bonus brawl. I like long sets. But this is just fun to watch them dismantle a strong team.
It's honestly insane. I mean, even with such a powerful brawler like Angelo, they get that coveted Kit Surge combo that this region clearly loves. They dominate. I mean, this was not even close. We had a speed run of a game 1, and then game 2, they used the spawners, the Rico bounce shot, Pekka was connecting, Stu was up and down the map at a moment's notice, and they even added a little pizzazz on this shot here. It had it all F dot, and they did it quickly.
I mean, of course they put pizzazz on it. They've been dropping clown pins all day. 3 kills in total, and I mean, honestly, like 2, 4, 8 kills for Mini Pekkas. That's not that much, but I say it all the time. Kills don't necessarily matter. It's the stuff after the stuff that matters on these modes like Brawl Ball. The kills are a means to an end is what Mini Pekkas did. 2 above none very quickly. We are just blazing through this set, and I'm not here to dunk on Team Queso. This draft left a little bit to be desired. We see the Kit Surge kind of combo that South America loves, Kenny, but it's all Mini Pekkas. I'm not here to dunk on Queso. I'm here to celebrate Mini Pekkas.
Great way of putting it. I mean, gotta acknowledge what's going down. That's just how it is. And honestly, the DPS numbers, I think, that left kind of reflect just how quickly they were able to execute. And honestly, the reason they probably have so few kills is because after every single engagement, it was 2 to 3 members of Team Queso falling, and they just had an easy walk-in. I don't think they needed to get that many kills.
Yep.
They won an early engagement. They reset in the middle. Win the next engagement. Game over. I mean, we literally had 45-second games there. I think that just illustrates how good this team is. Now they're just one set away from doing it again, going to another grand finals and proving that they're here to stay. That last month wasn't a one-off.
Well, Kaboom Canyon is our destination here for our third set. Heist is where we've seen some explosive gameplay. The hypercharged Crow has certainly made a name for himself, not just in this region, but elsewhere. And, 2 for the price of 1. You love to see it. So, Crow, I think, is at the forefront of my mind. And there, I did expect to see it banned. So, banned out here is the Crow. Chuck also gone by both sides, and the Melody as well. So that does leave the Colette, who is going to be first selected overall. Definitely a character that can threaten that box pretty hard.
Great stuff here. I don't fault them at all for going with Colette. It's the most popular brawler that slips through the ban phase pretty much all across the world, and for good reason. With that hypercharge is an insane amount of damage. We live in a world where tanks show up quite a bit, even on a map like this, the buzzes of the world. Some crazy madness, and Colette is a good way to not only be good for the game mode, but kind of preventative into those options as well. With no Chuck available, this is going to be one of the best options to get quick damage in on the other side.
Carl is a staple of pretty much, Carl's just Carl, but I feel like other brawlers have kind of stepped forward, especially in this Heist meta. In no world am I going to say the Carl selection bad, but are you along the same lines, or do you think Carl is still just as good as he used to be?
I don't think Carl's as good as he used to be. We do see him pop up a little bit more now. I think he has some strong matchups, and one thing, at least in this instance, is he's got the flying hook, right? He can get across the other side very quickly. He's got a tailspin. I think the other end's pretty prepped for him, though, to be honest with you. Yeah. Buzz and Colette, not an easy matchup for Carl. If I'm picking Carl, I don't know if I'm doing it this early. Maybe there was something they were trying to avoid the other side from going. They're going to select Charlie here as the final. This isn't what I expected, to say the least. I don't absolutely hate it. I definitely think Pekka's going to have to play very strongly, though, because this can definitely be challenging matchups for him.
Well, Pekka gets trounced on by 2 players on the launch pad. So nice job there from Team Queso to use their comp well. Mini Pekka is the first ones on the board, though. 6% down on Team Queso's save. So I'm definitely looking at Pekka here. The Buzz should just have the upper hand every step of the way. And the Gale shows up too, so the anti-Carl tech certainly working out here for Team Queso.
2 members of Mini Pekka still hovering around in the mid, just doing their best. They do have a cocoon ready to go if they need it. A great connection there. They're going to have to be ready to focus this. Motep gearing and ready to go. A misconnection instantly. Some tears streaming down Colette's face as Pekka wipes away a little bit of safe damage in an enemy brawler.
Well, as soon as the anti-Carl tech is gone, Carl's able to get it done. So 22% accomplished here for Mini Pekkas. As Motep gets taken down immediately as soon as Queso shows up. But here comes the hypercharged Buzz, slinging the web and showing up on the other side. Decent punch. And here's some follow-up here from Team Queso as well. So finally find themselves on the board. And Team Queso technically with the lead, but don't hold your breath, folks.
Great gadget coming in from Charlie there. It's something that does really well into single shot brawlers, and the stun not enough there. Pekka able to remain alive. The slowdown, the pushback. They have so many opportunities for defense, but that's all Gale can do. I love the guy, but he's not going to be an offensive firepower. They need to get Colette and Buzz to this other side, and that's just something we haven't super seen yet.
That said, I think Gale playing defense is what this team needs. Pekka is going to just gas pedal the whole way through, and having Gale there, the XCR can play both sides, right? He can be your full player that plays offense and defense. But right now, Team Queso need to play defense because it's Mini Pekkas who have left them at 31% remaining. Team wipe though, and here comes Queso.
So much damage piled up by that Colette. They needed it too. 15 on the clock. Pekka, all he has to do is survive, play some defense here. Hypercharge going in. He connects to the high safe. They don't body block this, and now there's going to be shots incoming. All around, takedowns galore, and it's a complete different result. Team Queso in the final moments lob up some great shots.
Yeah, great lead change at the very last second. Technically the third to last second, but yeah, if you wind up changing, that's how bounty goes. That's how gem grab grows sometimes. But rare do we see the heist wind up being that direction. It's either base race or nah. And here we see a little bit of the opposite end. So Team Queso punch it on back for what feels like the first time this semis, as Mini Pekkas has been so incredibly dominant. And it's kind of cool to see Team Queso kind of bark back.
I do like it because this is a great team. They're the third in the region as of right now, and this is only second place, but it's felt like there's been a gap for some time now, and I think this is an opportunity to show people that they're still around, that they deserve to go to a postseason, that they deserve to take on some global opponents, not just South America. They got a lot of work cut out for them, though, and this is a great start. There's one kill, and even though they're Cocooned, they're going to be ready to rescue their teammate there. All three members will remain.
Mini Pekka's the only ones on the board, and Pekka's gonna go all the way up. The Buzz Super just misses. Buzz can't grab the minecart, and winds up being taken down on the bottom side as well. So 20-ish% dealt, make that 30 as Hubi comes from the right side. All eyes on the left though, as Pekka dives on in there. Last hit from Brian. And 61% remains for Team Queso. Mini Pekka's safe and sound.
A little bit of both ends right now. The pushback, the cocoon, hypercharge as well. Everything for both sides. And it's still a lead for Mini Pekkas here as Pekka cleans things up, return to some normalcy. But a dive in and instantly deleted too. I think that was a gadget pop there as well. That's going to be some wasted util. Mini Pekka's definitely in the driver's seat right now.
Team Queso has half their box. Mini Pekka's 2/3. So Mini Pekka's, that means they're winning. Team Queso did take game number 1 though, so big picture could be a lot on the line here. Mini Pekka's finding their stride. 42 on the clock. That's a lifetime, by the way. And Queso get a little aggressive here, Ken, but it doesn't seem to be enough.
Ooh, they're just relying on defense right now. Just so much positioning, so many frags coming in from Mini Pekkas here. There's only 30 seconds to go. We saw them make a resurgence last time. My worry for them is they don't have a Buzz Super yet. Colette's all the way on the other end, and they have to get there pretty quickly. And now a Cocoon going down too. It's just Colette dropping a Clown Pin, but this time she's the one at the circus. They're going to be down by a good chunk here, and now trapped in a Cocoon once again. This one was much better played from Mini Pekkas. I think they were able to hold off on defense a little bit longer, and they're going to be rewarded for it. They're going to be on match point here, one away from yet another grand finals.
Charlie really coming through in the clutch, being able to provide. Obviously, she's not going to be number 1, 2, or 3, or 4 as far as like total safe damage potential, but she brings respectable damage and also the Cocoon. So we were talking a little bit about how the Buzz is a both-ways player, the Gale is strictly on defense. Charlie is one of those both-ways players where she can sit in the mid and try to find some damage on the safe, and if anybody walks past her, throw a Cocoon.
It's a great gadget attempt there, but again, just Colette not getting any value out of that exchange. It's going to be Motep and Pekka surviving. We've got Charlie on this left-hand side just fighting. And once again, a dive in, and it was entirely for defense, and now it's a predictable return. I mean, it's a straight line, so they just perfectly timed that super, and she's trapped in Cocoon and yet another kill. Not enough there for a takedown either. This is a disastrous start, I would say, for Team Queso.
Absolutely. Mini Pekka's again safe and sound on the bottom side. Pekka forced on out after JXCR jumps on in, but Carl's chilling. No problem for the minecart man here. Colette's gonna walk up and get shoved down. GG. Not quite GG, but GG for her.
It's been GG on several occasions here. I mean, I don't think Team Queso has taken any real positioning of this map this entire game. We saw them so strong towards the end of game number 1. I'm just missing that Team Queso a little bit. I think it's hard when Mini Pekkas are as good as they are. Even that interaction there, Pekka in a seemingly Lost Cause still gets a kill, a trade. So good. This is the most positioning we've seen Team Queso have. They have to capitalize on these Colette supers, these Buzz supers. They can get quick damage. We've seen that before, but without any utility, and Pekka just going to be swiping away for 1480 every second. It's going to be really hard to make a comeback.
Yeah, there's 3 players against 2 on the bottom side, and Gale's kind of keeping them at bay, but this Carla's out damaging them for sure. 2% every single time, and oh wait, turn around, here's all the damage coming out from Team Queso, but it's not fast enough. Carl turns and burns, and Mini Pekkas fantastically find the W, and they find themselves in the grand finals.
That's pretty close call. It really looked like things were not going to go their way, but I guess when you send 3 members towards the other side that are all capable of getting some damage done, it ends up being pretty close in the end. Another performance here where we've seen, it feels like 2 teams today that have clearly stood out, right? Mini Pekkas clearly being one of them. They've dropped 1 game in this semifinal against the number 3 seed coming into today. That is unbelievable for a team that are this close in seeding to be this far ahead in match play.
I just think that they have unlocked something else between last month and this. I mean, last month is where we started, where we saw it. Every single month, you can go back and check the Wikipedia. Every single month, these guys improve on the standings, and you can check the VODs, watch the games. They improve in the server as well. And seeing it happen here, they took home the monthly finals last month. Listen, I think a lot of people, jumping into the finals, Space Station is the easy money. I don't know if it's that easy. I think that we have a contender, and Mini Pekkas are just as good as any team in this region.
Agreed. I think this grand finals is shaping up to be another banger. I mean, last month it was awesome to watch, and now we are granted another attempt at a classic for this region. Just overall, great execution in this set, too. Again, I feel like the drafts have been really on point for this squad. That could be a testament to Roll. That could be a testament to the players executing gameplay. However that looks like in the draft room, something is working for these guys, and it's really started to shine these last couple months especially.
You know, and last point I really want to focus on is like, listen, I'm here to be the bad guy. I would dunk on Queso if I felt like that's what we were doing here. If Queso drops the ball, I'm telling you that they got Butterfingers. But I don't think they did. I think that the 11, 9, and 8 are respectable numbers. Just the 14, 13, and 18 are more respectable. And that's the headline for me. Mini Pekkas came out here and Queso played fine, but Mini Pekkas just are on a different level altogether. And this is... it's exciting. I think they're really good, dude.
Real hot take, man. I agree with you. I mean, they've been the top 2 for a while. Sure, it was a slower start. I think for me, this kind of assures that there is a top 2 in this region. End of tier list.
Yeah.
There's top tier. This is this team and their other opponent in the grand finals, SSG, who have really been throughout the season the most consistent. Obviously, SSG the most in the sense that they've made a grand finals every single month they have played in this region. But this side has really challenged them too. And I think after last month, it's going to be a real interesting one to see conclude here at the end of the day. Looks like the 3rd LCQ team is still going to be in question. However, for now, something unquestionable. Pekka, your MVP at home. He played absolutely insanely here today. He's been something to watch through every set.
Absolutely. You know, the whole squad for sure. Pekka, the namesake of the team, though, bringing it home here with the hardware. And yeah, I mean, this team, it was Space Station and then the rest. And I think that they've joined Space Station. I agree with you. I think it is that top 2. I think it is absolutely evenly matched, and they've earned it every step of the way. I'm going to bring it home every single time. This is the stuff I like to see. You know, this is that sort of anime shonen. This is what we get to see. We get to see red versus blue. And make sure you tune in next time, which is actually just a couple of minutes. Quick break, and then we got grand finals to see who's next on the BSC.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
scenes here.
It's live.
He finds it in the final seconds.
It's legendary.
Oh my word.
It's the last chance qualifier. And this year we're going bigger than ever at the biggest game conference in the world, Gamescom. It all goes down in Cologne, Germany, August 24th and 25th. 12 teams from around the world will battle for the last 4 tickets to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
And it's done. They do it. They are going to the World Finals.
For a chance to lift the championship trophy and cement their legacy in Brawl Stars history. Watch the action, interact, earn rewards. Watch live August 24th and 25th so you don't miss a minute of the last chance qualifier. Let the brawling begin.
Welcome back, friends. Grand Finals right in front of us. It is Space Station Gaming and Mini Pekkas, and this is going to be a barn burner. Kenny, we've watched these teams. Space Station Gaming are all reliable. They're in Grand Finals every single time, and they win. Well, I can't say every single time because they lost last time around for the first time to this Mini Pekka squad.
We've seen a lot of 3-0s, 3-1s today, F-Dot. I think we're about due a set 5 banger of a match. This is the grand finals. These are 2 teams that have pretty much breezed through their opponents, and they've clearly shown they're the top 2 teams consistently. We've said it before, Mini Pekka's first month, they go out a little early. Other than that, this has been the grand final of Destiny the whole way round. I feel like it's going to be a close one.
I'm a little surprised here, but I'm pleasantly surprised. I've been riding with Mini Pekkas for a long time now, and I see that you and Trav have also joined me here with the Mini Pekkas prediction. Space Station Gaming is the easy money, absolutely. Even with their loss last month around, I think they probably are the projected winner if you want to play that game. But this Mini Pekkas team, man, they have caught lightning, and I'm buying it. I'm buying everything they're selling.
I'm buying the momentum swing too. I mean, in fairness to the people at home, SSG's biggest mistake this entire season has been stumbling in a set 5 in a grand finals. That's the worst outcome they've had. I think they probably should be favorites still, but I'm right there with you, man. Coming into today, I had Mini Pekkas winning. Yesterday on the EMEA broadcast, I swapped my grand finals pick. I will not make that mistake twice. I'm going to live and die by Mini Pekkas. That's what I had before. That's what I'm sticking with.
Well, let's jump right on in. Let's show you the #1 team in South America, already guaranteed to go to the LCQ. It's Kyle Dog, Fire Crow, and Adinho. For my money, Kyle Dog might be the best player in South America. Tenuous statement. I don't need you to agree with me, Kenny, or chat. I see you guys getting angry, but he consistently doesn't surprise me because I expect it.
I love the little reaction there too. Just really fun. I think they even wow themselves sometimes, right? Whenever they make just a filthy play, the boys are just hyping each other up. That's what this region and what the sport is all about. Safe to say that Kyle Dog has been a huge factor today. I mean, across the board. I think this is the one set where they obviously didn't end up winning, but this moment was something special. They were down about 15-0 F-Dot. And the fact that they're able to muster up the strength to come back in that situation, I think just goes to show that even when they're losing, they can find ways to win. They're going to be a really tough opponent. It's hard to win for any team in this region. It is darn near impossible to take down this team twice in a row.
Well, the only team that has really taken them down big picture is the team directly in front of them. Mini Pekka's free agents are coming on through. Pekka, Hubi, Motep, Coach Roll, along with the squad as well. Pekka and Roll are actually the ones in person along with each other that we see on the cam. And these guys have been so impactful. The big picture, the big headline, the big storyline, the big thing that I care about is watching these guys improve month to month to month to month. And last time they won it all. So what happens this time, dude? They can't win twice, or can they?
There's no room for improvement. Honestly, they've done it. I mean, this is just a repeat if they really want to keep it going. And that's a hard thing to accomplish, especially considering the team on the other end has quite literally made a grand finals every single month. They've only dropped the ball one time. And again, dropping the ball was losing in set 5 to the opponents they have currently. Absolutely wild stuff. This is setting up to be a big deal too, because we've talked a lot about LCQ today. However, there is a guaranteed world spot. And while that's not going to be an easy thing to guarantee for anybody today, at least, there is a chance that this match ends up mattering. If Mini Pekkas end up winning this, that's 2-2 in the grand final series for these two teams.
Absolutely, and there is just a single monthly finals left. We're here in it's June, right? Yeah, it's June. I'm pretty sure, and July is right in front of us. So it's getting hot. It is getting hot, and it is unsurprising to see this split. And this is one of the times where I want to tap the sign. The 63% of the fans that are leaning towards Space Station Gaming, 37% leaning towards Mini Pekkas. This isn't indicative of the matchup differential. This is just the fans that are backing them. And Space Station have a ton of fans. They're one of, in my opinion, one of the better orgs in esports. Heck yeah. But realistically, this is a 50-50 matchup between these two teams.
Yep, 50-50 is exactly what I'm thinking too. Ultimately, people got to pick a winner. There's just more people that are riding with SSG. FA Mini Pekkas certainly deserve their credit though, and they're going to have to earn it here. First overall selection locked in for last stop. It's going to be a Dino with the max so far. Some interesting bans on their side. Some more textbook normalized ones on the right though. It's clear that they didn't have that first overall pick because Angela and Melody have been around the top of the meta for several months now with this set of balance changes, and Draco, of course, joining the fold. Has been off and on. I think teams are still scared of him. They're still annoyed to deal with him. We saw how good he could be earlier on this map in particular too. So I think they're just going to get rid of it. On the other end, they're just going to pick a Piper. They're going to pick a Stu. I think that's a pretty good combo that worked for him earlier.
This is this is an ego comp, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but you are just picking the hard to pilot characters, right? Like, hit your shots. That's the entire strategy here. It's not about baiting. So hit your shots. That's what Piper is. That's what Stu is. And Kit's going to show up. So we've seen the Kit Surge combo time and time again. What we haven't seen is kind of the classic Kit combo, which is Kit plus a tank. And so seeing some of these selections, do you think it's the Surge or do you think it's the tank?
I think it's the tank.
Yep.
I'm guessing, I want to say Buster or Rosa here would be my two guesses. I mean, Surge Kit's shown up several times today. Again, that's something in this region in particular I've seen a little bit more. But what do I know? None of the above.
I knew the answer to my question, and it was Buster. That was what I 100,000% expected. I thought I was tossing you a layup. And
I thought I had it. I really did.
and instead, they go around the back, Euro step, through the legs, and dunk the Charlie. And so the Buster will be on the other side, the tank that blocks the long-range shots. Wild. But again, this is the world where if this draft happens in quarterfinals, I'm confidently clowning on the team on the left. But it's the #1 team in the region in the grand finals. I just got to see him cook. The Kit Charlie combo here. Obviously, Max gonna speed them up for sure. But I mean, 2 players behind the Buster speaking to me as well. I like the Mini Pekkas comp a little bit more than I like Space Stations, but I'm ready to be shown why I'm wrong. I'm eager to be shown why I'm wrong, frankly.
Clearly, this region just thinks Kit as an individual is so powerful because this is something unique to them. In other regions, they're not pairing Kit with unorthodox brawlers like Charlie and Max. Oftentimes, it's Max, Kit plus tank. And instead, they're going in a different direction. They're showcasing why. A dive in right there. Pekka goes down and allows Kyodog to clean things up. But Stu is still present.
I mean, frankly, we don't see a lot of Kit outside of Knockout sometimes. It's Knockout that's really her game mode. And I feel like we've seen her in multiple game modes here in South America for seemingly the first time. Space Station Gaming, though, drop a bunch of their gems, but they drop it on the safe side. So Mini Pekkas, well, here comes Mr. Pekka. And Adinho staring at him, but great coverage from Motep and Hubi barreling down the mid lane, going to provide that protection for Pekka on the backside to go ahead and scoop up 8, and there's a 9th gem on the floor.
That was fantastic coverage, and the Kit Super does go through and does get a kill, but Pekka is simply better. Countdown for the red roster.
Pekka is just landing these shots. I said it. If you're going to pick the Piper Stu, you just have to hit your shots. Hubi's doing it. Pekka Pekka's doing it, and Motep is here as well. Well, he's cocooned, and all of a sudden, in the corner, at the last second, down goes the gem carrier, but is traded out one more time. Stu's dancing, and we'll count down again from 15.
Could have been so close. That launch pad just sets up a recipe for disaster for any team. You almost want to, I feel like, fade away into the other end just because the launch pad is there. It just gives the team an opportunity to walk away from it. But they stayed calm and collected. It was all good. They did reset that clock, but ultimately Mini Pekka's just had so much good work throughout that entire game to establish some control, to get their brawlers respawned in time. So at the end, they avoid that disaster. It's all good here.
I like the kit. I'm seeing it for sure. I like the kit. The idea, this is gem grab. If Kit goes in, stuns a guy, and the gem carrier dies and Kit dies immediately, well, you've reset the countdown, right? You've taken care of the gem carrier. And so it's an all-in play for sure, which is why she works out in knockout. But that all-in play kind of has its moments here in gem grab as well.
It does. It's a commitment for sure. You got to end up either going for it all, or sometimes it's not going to work out. Get a little speed zone as well. Adinho diving in. The follow-through shots from Dog and Firecrow, but it does cost Kit his life. That's a trade they're just going to have to work with, and oftentimes it is going to be a trade that they're going to have to live with. They're going to live and die by that. They get the cocoon. Stu trying to skate away. Can't quite connect to Firecrow, though. That's a nice survival from him.
Yeah, Firecrow can't find the shots either. So Hubie and Firecrow both playing with each other's 10% HP here. Mini Pekka's on the back foot, though, as they put 1 foot forward for mid-control. They are trailing by all the gems. Hate to be specific, and that's sitting on Dog's max down south. So Mini Pekka's going to set up camp here and drop the Stu stuff. And look to just, all right, you have 8. We'll just get 10 the hard way.
They're definitely doing it the hard way. Kit tried to convert a kill on the Buster, so that's 10,400 HP removed, but they have a quick recovery here. A Buster super, a pull through as well. Beautifully played. Adinho narrowly surviving. Hypercharge for Firecrow. They have to hold on. Those spawners are going to be so good for them just to eat up some shots. Dog back in action, does have a gadget if needed, and now they've got 10.
The audacity of Pekka hanging on by a thread, making sure to step up and get that kill, but it wasn't the kill on the KD. Dog is holding all 10 gems. Kit trades out, that's a good one. And down goes the opposition. Game 3, please.
I think we're going to be saying that a lot today. I think we're going to get plenty of game 3s. I sure hope for it, man. Yep. You know, obviously, we've seen these two teams perform beautifully throughout the entire day, but I just want to see when two teams are evenly matched as good as these guys and just see them really fight for it. And that's what we're getting so far in set number 1. Complete turnaround there from SSG. Felt like they had time of possession in that mid for the most part early on. Grabbed those gems, made Mini Pekka's work for it the hard way, like you said. They were going to have to establish control the entire time. That's really hard to do when Kit can get some easy trades with that super.
Well, Mini Pekka is now sort of pushing Space Station onto the left side, but Firecrow responds with a haymaker. Down goes Stu as well, so 2 respawns here for Mini Pekka's, and look how unafraid Pekka is, just stepping forward, making sure to threaten the threateners of Hubie. Struggling to find my words, but Space Station are finding those gems here. 4 above 2. But a battle for sure in mid.
Yeah, still contested for sure. Adinho now going to flank this top-hand side. This is where this composition can really start to shine. Motep can generate momentum at a given moment. And Pekka with a nice dive away there. Dog has put himself in a pickle. He is delivering 5 gems to this other side. He's running as far away as possible. That allows Firecrow to at least step up the mid because Pekka has to step back. If you're going to die, he was guaranteed to go down. I guess just drop him off there. But nonetheless, still a huge mistake.
Motep here, just block him out. Big spawners from Max, taken care of quicker than I would have expected. And Mini Pekka is unable to really make that final push. 2 away from a countdown. Space Station got a lot more to go. Eternity on the clock, though, so SSG here pushing forward. Hubie tries to get cute. Winds up trading Adinho, so it's a 2-on-2.
5-7 in control of the map for Space Station Gaming with several gems on the ground. Pekka forcing his way forward, though. awesome stuff here, and he does have a get out of jail free card if he needs it. He can escape at any moment with that super. A nice gadget connection. Dog just forced to rush in right into Motep's arms. He was waiting for him, had the lens flare ready to go, and now they've got an extra bodyguard in the path. It's going to be near impossible for Adinho to get there. Jumps on the back of teammate, and it's just not enough. Mini Pekkas prevail, and we'll take our opening set.
You know, a lot of times when commentators and fans use the term ego pick or ego draft, it's like a negative. But here, I used it as a neutral, and Pekka turns it into a positive. I mean, Pekka just, the audacity to walk forward in some of those engagements that he did. Listen, 8 out of 10 Pipers aren't pathing in that way. 8 out of 10 Pipers aren't stepping forward into the dragon's mouth, and he's just landing the shots. He's got the confidence that it's going to happen, and that performance on Piper, I mean, we'll see the numbers, sure, but the performance on Piper, I think, was largely the difference maker with 6 exceptional players on the server. I think the Piper really brought it home.
Pekka's been absolutely insane on this brawler today. Clearly, this is a comfort pick for him. It's a solid brawler overall, but it's certainly not a top 10 one, let's call it, in the meta right now. That's an awesome play, and sometimes going into a brawler like Dog on this max can be quite difficult, especially if you've got some fancy footwork, if you could dance around the shots. As a single shot brawler, you're punished pretty hard if you miss. He wasn't missing, though. That boy was hitting everything. You called it an ego comp, too, and to just kind of touch on that a little bit,
Look at that!
I kind of see what you're saying, right? If they are playing well, it's going to take some skillful gameplay. Piper is not for everybody. Stu is not for everybody. If you're picking those brawlers, you have to be confident. And especially at a professional level, you got to execute. And Mini Pekkas did more than that.
Bro, he's just walking forward. He's just shooting them. He's just shooting them. 17 kills. I'm going nuts, dude. Like, there was he just walked at them. The audacity of this guy. He should be punished, but he's not. He's just pushing you down. Oh, man, that's fun to watch, man. That's what you got to bring.
It's just special. That's multiple times today. He has had 15 plus as a Piper in a set. 333 DPS is crazy. He is the sharpshooter. He's the mid of this map. Normally, you're going to see Stu go crazy. Buster can get up the faces and grab some kills. That man had as many kills as his teammates combined and as many kills as Dog and Firecrow combined. That is astonishing.
Big point about that Stu selection as well. You know, what we're celebrating Pekka on this Piper for, you know, parallel universe, Dog gets Stu, and we're seeing him with 20 kills, 450 DPS. Like, Dog has that Stu in his pocket. And so these picks are also bans. And you got to be aware of how you're taking things away from your opposition. So I like that draft coming out from the guys across the way, Motep, just staring at it. We'll jump into New Horizons for Knockout. Will they ban the kit? Or are we going to see the kit again? The kit is banned alongside Melodies, RT, Max, and Angelo. Man, 83% ban rate for the Mosquito. That's kind of nuts.
Cookie cutter bans on the right-hand side, as you can see on the screen. Monthly qualifiers data from across the world. 83% on the Angelo, 65 Kit. Melody at 43. Those are some very, very high numbers. So all three of those getting removed instantly here. Byron's kind of a safe first overall pick. I think Byron in the meta overall is so solid right now. Oh, man, we get it again. That's awesome. It's hard, too, though, right? Because if you're the other side, they don't have first pick. You could technically ban Piper, but I feel like Piper is not one of those brawlers that you're going to typically want to ban, right? It's not like she's overpowered. It's not like she's one of the best in the game. Sometimes you got to play your opponent, though, so we'll see if they get punished for it.
I mean, I think this is something extremely valuable. When you are able to turn a B tier or whatever into an S tier, you change the ban strategy of your opponent. If they banned Piper, nobody would be mad, but that means you're giving them either the RT, the Melody, or the Max, right? So it's about the impossible decision, and that's exactly what they've delivered. Bell alongside going to help out for sure. Not really anything that, you know, the bounce shot, I'm always looking for deployables or whatnot, but it's just Bell, Piper, and a tank. That is, you know, as classic as Brawl Stars.
Let's see how this one plays out. Firecrow, Dog gonna be rocking the Byron Gray. We've got a Dino on the Pearl as well. Looks like a face-off between Meg on the left-hand end, and there's Pekka on that magical brawler again.
Dog in the mid. all three of these players are fantastic, but I think when the going gets tough, it is Dog that this team wants to lean on. I'm not sad that he's on a support character. I think Byron can still absolutely do the heavy lifting here, especially in a knockout world. But it's a Dino on this left-hand side that's trying to get involved versus Hoobi. Double the HP and certainly brings the damage. Great pull and push. And Firecrow, the first one on the board, bringing the util and the damage.
Insane awareness there for Firecrow to recognize, hey, he's going into that grass to get back in his mech. They took him down early. Meg only had the pistol, was powering back up. If they get that off, completely different ballgame. Instead, he recognizes this, pulls through, and disrupts that entirely. And she's just sitting duck at that point. And now SSG with 3 strong brawlers. Motep weak. It's down to a 2v1 scenario. Pekka has to deal with multiple long-range brawlers. And as good as he is, it's not enough here.
Pekka, he got a little, I'm being armchair psychologist. It looked like he got a little scared there. If he stuck to his ridiculous, audacious play, I think he actually kills Firecrow before the go gets tough, but he doesn't. Questions his decision-making. Firecrow forces out the jump, half HP on Pekka. The pull is good! And Firecrow, forget me saying KD's going to be the one. Firecrow has been the catalyst here for Space Station Gaming.
Awesome to watch him play this brawler. This is another one like Piper that's not easy for everybody. It's not built for every player to just pick up and pop off with. Instead, though, he's making some insane gadget connections. Is picking up his team some kills. Now the heals are going to have to go through the teleport to try and cover for his teammates. And this decision certainly questionable as Meg is back in mech.
Yeah, not a great look there. Wanted to go ahead and, I think, take down the Meg before, but it happened after. Meg barely, there it is. Adino finishes it off. And so 2-on-1, Motep walking forward. Probably just trying to finish this one and does so. So 2 rounds going the way of blue in Space Station Gaming. Dog stretching it out. Feels a little bit better after that one, for sure.
Questionable, probably an overstatement for me a little bit. I think you're right. Just trying to clearly get rid of that, because if Meg goes down, and even if Gray goes down in the process, they've still got numbers there, right? I think that ended up making a lot of sense. Just sometimes it comes down to those few seconds, and it just didn't happen to go their way that time. But overall, that game certainly did. Gray with a misconnection there early. Pekka going for gadget. Dog not surviving that one. First time we've really seen many Pekkas take an early lead.
That aggression, I think, is the big difference here, is that they notice that Space Station Gaming, if they kind of let them get their feet stuck in, Gray's gonna go off. So Mini Pekka's kind of just being aggressive here was the difference maker. Not sure if they can do the same thing this time around. As you see already, Space Station Gaming have adapted and not grouping up on that left side.
Dog falling weak. That was a nice bounce shot coming in from Bell. It's going to be a little reliance on this gadget for Meg. They're going to break down every one of these walls. Adino could have done the same with a super of his own. And once again, Meg removed from that robot early. That's a big deal. Nice blocking, honestly, though, of shot there. Keeps Dog a little healthier. And Firecrow forced to fend for himself. It's not going to be enough there, even with a heel sliding through there towards the end.
Mini Pekkas wants Meg to act as Buster. They just want Hoobi to stand in front of Pekka so Pekka can get these shots off safe and sound. Here comes a hypercharge, and Pekka's able to just find one and find another. The doubly-oon for Mr. Pekka himself. Great play there. And yeah, point at yourself, young man. You got that one done.
I hope he's chirping a little bit. Obviously, you can't tell what he's saying, but I like the toot either way. I like some confidence. I want this rivalry. It's good for the sport. Just 2 teams going at it month after month after month to prove who's the best. Currently, the series is leaning Space Station Gaming's way, but Mini Pekkas with an opportunity to tie and grab a second Grand Finals victory of their own. They're certainly competing here.
Ooh, Hoobi starts it and Pekka finishes it. Great play out of Hoobi. You know, Pekka got the kill, but that was all the Meg work on the left-hand side. Firecrow responds, taking down the heavy hitter on Mini Pekkas. So it's a 2-on-2, Dog and Firecrow versus Motep and Hoobi.
They're just going to chill out in the mid here for a little bit. Gray getting powered up by Dog. Dog still has the range to contest, though. Motep has a bell. Just going to flank to this right-hand side. Trouble going to be that Meg doesn't have that super yet. She's just relying on the pistol. Firecrow knows this, identifies this, and still goes down either way. Even in this one-on-one, Dog should, in theory, win.
In theory. Hoobi's certainly a strong enough player to turn the tables. Dog, though, might be the strong player. Here comes the mech. And that might turn things around just a little bit. Gas creeping in from the bottom side. Big hit coming out of Kyle Dog. Shoves Meg out of the mech. But she's got 2 HP bars, homie. And Hubie winds up on the good side. Round 1 for Mini Pekkas.
Without that mech, that battle was over. And instead, recognizing that Meg was only 1 away, they go for the tap, they get the power up, and they get what they need. Now it's a 2v2 once again. Everybody rushing into the action here. It's Firecrow with a teleport. Gets the corner, knows he can escape at a moment's notice or dive in whenever he wants. This time, he's going to elect for the passive side of things. Going to group up with Adinho again. Just stand their ground, hold on to this mid control, because if they do, they can force the other team to deal with the fog.
Yeah, Pekka caught sleeping a little bit there. Just gets pulled immediately by that aggression. Firecrow and Adinho. And again, Motep and Hubie trying to be tag team champions.
Teleport's still available for Firecrow too. Both sides just playing this one carefully, very calculated, making sure that they have those supers going into the final moments. Because once that fog starts to close in, it gets close quarters combat. It's no longer as easy. There's the hypercharge from Motep. A Meg robot coming in as well, and Adinho has to charge back up. Firecrow all by himself. Adinho has to join, goes down. 2v1 situation, and Firecrow knows how this one goes. Dives in right into enemy arms, and it will be a pickup here for FA Mini Pekkas.
Nice job there. You know, they identified what the whole strategy of the Gray is. He doesn't care if he winds up trading out, land a shot, TP in, and trade out. That is the goal of the Gray. At least a couple of those games there, that's what we were looking for. As soon as it's almost like a fighting game move. They get the hit confirm and then follow up with the TP immediately. And they don't care if they wind up losing one, because that trade out turns it into a 2v2, and theoretically they have the upper hand there. Theoretically. So this one goes 2-1 in the way of Mini Pekkas, and we're headed to Sneaky Fields. And again, Space Station Gaming, #1 of the regional leaderboards, but man, how the tables turn.
FA Mini Pekka's looking to go back-to-back. And there's definitely been some moments here. Obviously, Space Station Gaming have not been swept to get here. It's been 2-1, 2-1. Very competitive roster. These guys are not going to get buried easily. But this is something we don't really ever get to see them be put in a spot for. They haven't really had to have this huge reverse sweep moment for huge ramifications of the region, right? They lost last month. Now they're in a spot where they're down 2-0 to their biggest rival in the entire region. They're trying to fight for that one world final spot. One. Only one of these two teams gets that guaranteed ticket. And Mini Pekkas have been strong this second half. They're surging up the leaderboards, and they're looking to try and take one more spot here. A victory here would assure them that it's very possible for them to do that.
Knockout numbers coming at you. Kyle Dog, just 82 DPS. Honestly, knockout numbers are always expected to be a little bit more metered, but Pekka with 7 kills, a couple of them last hits. I do want to note that Hubie, I think, did a lot of heavy lifting here, constantly looking for that left side. Pinch is a big word, but just trying to provide a little bit of, left-hand flank, kind of forced bad positioning on the Space Station Gaming a number of times. And so Pekka gets the big numbers, but I think Hubie did a lot of heavy lifting in this one.
Yeah, you can see the DPS numbers too. I'm right there with you. Pekka kind of with that follow-through shot, right? Sometimes we can get with the Piper gadget. On the other end, though, just steady from Firecrow. 6 kills, 148 DPS. He's right in the middle of that pack alongside Pearl. Byron, we don't necessarily expect to be that top frag, right? He's multitasking a little bit. He's working on heals, working on damage, throwing up supers for his teammates, whatever that looks like. But I think Gray executed great there. It's still not enough for a victory, however. On Sneaky Fields, I don't necessarily expect to see the Piper and Gray. It was cool that we got to see that early on, but now we're going to get something completely different here and get to see an entirely different skill set from both these sides.
Sneaky Fields is a world where you're going to see the brawlers that really occupy well in the grass and chase players away from the grass. So expect to see the Amber since she's not banned out. Rosa also shows up. And Nita, I want to give a shout out to South America, by the way. All the Nita that we've seen today has used the objectively best skin, which is Shiba Nita. That is the correct way to play this brawler. Okay, you can go.
No, I was just saying, okay, that's fine. It's a good skin. It's no whale watch.
It's whoa. We'll return to this conversation as Max forces us off of the skin to win combo. So the Max, again, kind of a staple selection of Brawl Ball, going to be able to run it down should she find the teammates to. And it's going to be the spike, sort of classic control when it comes to Brawl Ball. And I say classic because recently we've seen control be gone in different directions, but at the end of the day, spike, El Clasico.
I'm just kind of surprised to see him this early. This isn't a brawler that really shows up in today's day and age of Brawl Stars. I don't think he's a bad brawler by any means, but he's just not as good as he used to be after all these hypercharge tweaks and things like that. A lot of the times in the past, he has been run here. He's not using the curveball. He's going to use the star power fertilizer that kind of heals him up a little bit. He'll drop a cactus and be able to protect himself from the single shot brawlers. It's actually a pretty good matchup to Stu in particular. However, on the other end, Jackie has so many health points, and with the speed of that gadget, can overwhelm opponents, especially squishy ones like Spike, so quickly that it could end up working for her.
And the Primo. Primo can be devastating in the right hands on Brawl Ball in general, but Sneaky Fields. It's very funny. I alluded to Sneaky Fields kind of presenting some different brawlers, and I guess Jackie falls into that conversation as well, but honestly, we don't see the grass waiting composition that I genuinely expect on this map, excuse me. Pekka's got the ball and doesn't seem to have any defense in his way. And, well, sometimes they just walk it in.
That was more of a cross-country race right there. It was just a matter of getting to the finish line for Pekka. Once again, they're entrusting him with this brawler that's not easy for everybody, and SSG wiping him out rather quickly. Now they've got some utility, an extra brawler on their hands. Kick to the left-hand side. Adino needs to run this one forward, and he gets the kill, puts it through. Back-to-back goals here.
Something I want to highlight is that Pekka really didn't do any of the Primo stuff. He just did the big HP bar stuff. Now, getting a little bit more involved, gets a super but stands still. Knows that he's going to die, wants to die quickly, respawn, and get back to it. Ball still in the center. Motep literally 300 HP. One shot away from death, but Adino can't find it. So here comes Pekka, flashing the clown, jumping on Adino, but he's clowned as he falls down. And it's 1 versus 3. Dog jumping up mid, ball here as well. So not much doing here for Space Station despite the victories.
There's that life plant that typically does really well in the Stew. On the other end, though, Firecrow clearing the path. Pekka forced to use a hypercharge of his own. There's still a life for Spike. It's long enough to buy some time as Pekka's looking to just put this ball away. That's a really difficult spot for the enemy team to grab, and they know this, and they're forced to retreat.
I think Pekka wanted to walk it down that right side and then got kind of boned by the wall. Maybe just try to castle it. That said, it's tied at 1, so I'm not sure who wants overtime. I don't think either of these squads are too happy about it, but here comes the bear. Adino passes to Firecrow, and Firecrow should send it forward. Dog gets the last kick. So this one goes to Space Station Gaming. Game 1. A little bit of a barn burner, though. I said that is the exact phrase I used with respect to this match overall. We're getting it here in Brawl.
It's a great description. It feels almost wrong for this to be over in 3 sets. Obviously, they've been the most competitive sets we've had all day long, but Space Station Gaming are going to show up on the board here first. Dog falling weak, though. All the action unfolding early here. These guys are not afraid to get aggressive, and now Firecrow has a ton of HP to work with. Running at Motep, Pekka going to stand in his path and intercept this ball with a little max speed. It's now going the other way.
A little surprised we didn't see a brief pass and dash. I'm surprised that Motep was allowed to stay alive there, but neither here nor there. Dog takes down the max player, and Pekka not going to have the HP to walk it in. Adino and Firecrow on the defensive end, while Dog gets in position for a pass. Defensive Primo spawns, and that should dissuade any push forward.
Firecrow nearly went down to the hypercharge super, but it wasn't quite enough. Here goes Firecrow now, as a result, staying alive and well, popping a hypercharge, allowing his teammates to get a frag here. Adino dropping the 4th brawler on the map. Jubilee intercepts, dumps it in the back right-hand side, and it won't matter. An angry Jackie going to push this one through.
Firecrow, fantastic stuff. Honestly, just a team performance here. As Space Station Gaming seemed to have gotten a little aggravated. The wall's broken open, though, and Mini Pekkas can't find the back of the net. Kill from Nita, and Firecrow with the block. Motep all alone on the field, but Dog will be respawning, so not able to find the ball just yet. But Space Station Gaming, a minute to go, have the lead. Should it all end here, we go on to a set 4.
Oh, and Pekka dropped that hypercharge thinking he had the range, but his fists weren't enough to connect with Fire Crow. He still gets the takedown, but that is a wasted hypercharge to say the least. Now long-range shots being fired. Just enough HP, and he perfectly throws this one in the net. Pekka with an excellent play. It looks scary there for a moment, but now it's going to be 1-1.
Tank has the gas, walking towards Fire Crow. Kinda just feeds himself into the Jackie, but the kick from a distance. Recovered. Kobe on the clock. Space Station Gaming with the lead here, looking to stretch this one out, refusing to be swept. And it's Adinho that gets the party started. Kyle Dog dodging out of Pekka, jumped over, and Adinho another one. That is game 2. And Space Station makes sure they don't get swept. A little sigh of relief and a grab of the teammate. We'll see you in set 4.
So Smiles going down too. I mean, all things considered, this is a pretty high pressure situation into a great opponent. They were down 2-0 rather than just ending it there. They had a great set. I mean, honestly, a player like Pekka being on Primo, it's not easy for anybody, but he's on the flashy playmaker brawler. Once again, we've seen this with Piper now several times. They give him Primo. I feel like they shut him down pretty well, all things considered. We even saw a moment there with that hypercharge that was a little iffy, right? I think he thought he had the range to kind of fight with Jackie. My guess is he was really close to a super, going for the extra stat boost, just looking to kind of get the last few punches so he could dive in, and they did a great job of not letting that happen on several occasions. He ended up scoring at the end of the game, but I think ultimately he just wasn't allowed to be the player that we've seen him be today, and that's a reason why Space Station Gaming were able to take this 2-0.
Completely agree, and going to echo your sentiments. I think it's very, we are the spoiled commentators, and we don't have to feel any type of way when the players win or lose. And so I was dummy excited to watch Pekka just literally outperform everyone on the server earlier. And here, he did a whole lot of nothing. And I think that's exciting because we just watched him absolutely style on everybody. And then here he shows us that he's actually a human being. And it also shows a little bit of, some levity from the Space Station guys, but it also shows just how messed up this matchup is. Ooh. I mean, this is where rivalries are born.
I think it's a really good draft in hindsight too, coming in from Space Station Gaming. In particular, the Jackie is something that I feel like is a value at this moment. Jackie is not the easiest to get in the pick phase at this point on this map, especially given what we saw in the monthly qualifiers in specific. In Adinho, 11 kills as Anita, a great matchup into El Primo. Jackie going to do just fine into an El Primo. Spike's somebody historically that has done well. I mean, it's going to be a fine matchup into Stu. They picked that beforehand, so I don't even know if that was really something that was on their mind. But he's just so squishy nowadays when Jackie's just running down the sidelines. When Nita has Bruce the Bear plus a regular one, Spike can only focus so many brawlers at once. I just don't think that pick clicked for me as much, and I think it kind of showed on the field too. That's the first one where I would say, it's kind of an iffy draft, right, for mini Pekkas.
Safe zone, Heist. This is the locale. Set number 4. We've seen the Crows destroy this game mode. The hypercharge super onto the safe, certainly a big deal. We should expect to see it banned out by one of the teams, and we don't. So I will expect to kind of see it. No Chuck, which is welcome. Thank you. None of that nonsense. And Melody also banned out. And so it's a Crow first pick overall, leaving Colette's the other, I don't know if cheese is the word, but Colette is the other go-to kind of heist character here.
Colette's going to be one of the most played brawlers here for sure. I think it's still definitely in their minds, and there it is. I think overall, we kind of had some, given the ban stage, we had a pretty good idea of where this was going, right? We've seen what Crow can do today in particular as well. When that hypercharge connects perfectly with the Heist safe, it does a monstrous amount of damage, an insurmountable one that it's difficult to come back from. So I don't blame them at all for going for this first pick. And additionally, it's similar to Colette, right? Colette, not as easy, obviously not invincible in that jump, but Crow gets a freebie. If he has that super, he has that hypercharge, all it takes is some aim, getting across the other end. Doesn't take nearly the skill, I would say, of cycling in those Colette supers and stuff like that. So that might be why they prioritize Crow over something like a Colette. Nonetheless, though, Colette Bell is great. Byron Colette would have been nasty. I don't blame SSG for kind of removing this from the other end.
That's a great pick, because I was looking at this Byron selection and sort of looking at, I mean, Crow isn't really looking for the heals. Crow knows what's going to happen. He did. but he's dealing the damage, right? So good point to note that the Byron is a ban by selection for SSG. And then Eve walks over water. Thumbs up, dude. Kind of a classic on this map, but other brawlers have kind of overshadowed her as of late. But seeing the Bell selection, I think the spawner is a nice look.
Bonnie a little shocking for me here. It's just something that's not as frequently used these days. For both of these comps, I can kind of say the same thing. I feel like they're playing more control oriented. They're not necessarily looking to pop off with safe damage. The first picks on each side respectively are definitely what they're gonna have to lean on. They're gonna have to rely on the Crow Swoop hypercharge. They're gonna have to rely on the Colette supers and hypercharges. Byron's not gonna do an insane amount. Eve, all things considered, doesn't do an insane amount to the high safe. It's just a really good matchup into these single shot brawlers, into Colette, into Bell. You know, you drop those triplets or quadruplets, whatever they end up electing to go for, it's gonna do really well at wasting shots on the other side. But again, that too is not really catered towards doing damage towards a high safe.
You've got Crow on the side of SSG, and I guess you've got Crow at home with Hoobie's selection. She's going to jump on the safe. Not going to match the damage of the left lane player, but we'll see how it works out. Kyle Dog finds a kill and winds up getting traded out, so much ado about nothing. A couple of kills, but not really any window of opportunity. There's the fake Crow. And she's able to jump on in there and get about 20% damage done. So closer to the Crow than I kind of let on.
Earlier, we saw Crow paired with Colt, and one swing at the safe was really all it took for them to get a win. This time, however, this composition's not going to do that. I mean, obviously, Crow's still going to get his, but other than that, they're going to have to go for those 10, 20% chunks at a time, right? It's not going to be one push that wins either of these teams a game. It's going to take a lot more than that. It's going to be much more calculated, more defensive. And right now, some great offense coming in from Kyodog.
Yeah, big damage, 70% to, well, almost 100. Mini Pekka's is safe, is pretty safe and sound. 9% dealt by SSG. But again, a little deceptive as Kyodog has the good stuff available. Needs the super. And there it is. But gets deleted before he can actually jump on in there. And that's what I mean by deceptive, is one jump in there will basically tie this, if not give Space Station the lead.
Agreed. It's going to do an insurmountable amount of damage here, and Kyodog just getting close enough to go for it. Here comes the connection all the way down to 65%. That's enough for them to take the lead.
Just like that, lead change, immediately killed. Important to stress that he doesn't get a chance to hang out. He just does that with the jump in. So it's a much differently paced game when you play this Crow. You just look for big haymakers. It's like playing Elden Ring as opposed to just consistently fighting, which is what Hoobie is looking to do here. Jumps on in and just going to stick to the box. Here comes Crow as well, so it's a good old-fashioned base race. Hoobie is taken down. Hotep up top playing defense. 48% for Space Station, 39 for Mini Pekkas. That means blue team, SSG, have the lead, and Mini Pekkas 8 seconds to finish this off.
And Kyodog's able to halt Colette's progress. And that hypercharge goes through, maybe things change up a little bit. Instead, though, it is Space Station Gaming grabbing another one here. Momentum is all on their side right now as they've just won a third consecutive game. One more, and we'll have a set 5, F. Dot.
And this is such a spicy, explosive composition. If you're across the way on Pekka's team, you're sitting here and you're like, yeah, we got a 30% lead, we're chilling. And then Crow just, oops, I did 40%. Oops, I did 20%. And that is a different pacing than a lot of these teams are used to. Hoobie jumps in and will start their onslaught, but it's just about 15%.
That's a great start for them, though. There's a Colette super, which can do so much damage. It's about 10% in the regular and even more with that hypercharge, because you get 2 swipes out of it, essentially. But Kyodog grabbing a good takedown there. Things completely change when Kyodog gets a super. Like you said, it's a game of momentum, right? It's going to come and go in terms of waves of damage, and Kyodog is the main source of damage for this side. They're going to power him up with some heals. That was a misstep there, and that's where things can go south.
Oh, no. You even saw him stand still like, all right, my bad. Just, you hate to see it. Kyodog completely whiff. Might be the difference maker in this game in total. I'm not kidding. Kyodog walks up mid, gets a couple of heals, trying to charge up a little bit of everything, but Space Station Gaming now trailing by a lot to a little. Kyle Dog working on it, but still working on it.
Still working on it, trying to make up for obviously a huge mistake. And it's going to be another dive in from Bonnie to try and extend this lead. Crow does have that hypercharge, and now he has the super alongside it. That one wasn't great either, though, I might add. It wasn't enough for them to get a win, certainly. It's going to go the other way. And what looked so good for SSG, momentum all in their favor, has now resulted in them going into a match point situation.
Brother, ew! What is this? You hate to see it, but again, the mortals are mortal. Even the best of us will go ahead and just whiff occasionally. And Kyle Dog, Kyle Dog, just one of my favorite players, one of the most talented players, just straight up strikes out there. And so we find Mini Pekka's on Grand Finals game. And Space Station Gaming trying to stretch us to a 5th and final set themselves. I think it is a shake of the Etch-a-Sketch though, Ken. I think Kyle Dog really whiffed, but this is too veteran of a team for that to like stick in their mind. I think they have a chance here in game 3 for sure.
Absolutely agreed. It's been close the whole way through. They didn't let FA Mini Pekkas overwhelm them at the beginning. All things considered, they give up 6% here. Colette has yet to get a super onto the other side. She has one now. She dives in 8,000 damage instantly. Now things are getting a little scarier. Motep still lingering as well. Finally goes, but it's enough to grant them 23%, which by standards of this matchup is very good.
That said, I'm the reminder. That's one hypercharged super will match that. Kyle Dog has half of it. There comes the super jump in, and I don't hate that play. Now I'm going to focus onto the box itself. Not the best, just 9%. Not what SSG was looking for.
Without that super, it's just not enough to combat Bonnie dive in plus damage at the up close. It's not enough to combat a hypercharge or even a super from Colette here. Another one, just consistent damage pouring through time after time from FA Mini Pekkas. They're nearly halfway there. Obviously, Kyle Dog, we've seen what he can do onto that high safe, and now he's got it charged up. He has nobody really standing there.
Don't miss.
He's actually going to wait a second, make sure he nails this, and he does. That high safe goes all the way down to 54%.
And just like that, back in the contest is Space Station Gaming. 41%, 54 across the way. So Mini Pekkas feeling good about this one. Adinho taking down the opposition, and Blackjack on the clock. Space Station have to play their cards right to stay alive.
Pekka tries to rush forward, but Kyle Dog ends up surviving. Adinho flanking right-hand side. There's no dive available for Bonnie. She's just forced to play defense here. They need to rush to this other end. They get some additional damage as well. Adinho breaking through. Body blocking galore. It's going to be a tough one to pierce, and it is. FA Mini Pekkas have done it. It's a tie in the grand finals in this region, and a huge celebration.
2 in a row for these guys. They have clawed their way up the South American region. They won last month against the #1 team, and they did it again to prove it wasn't a fluke. Pekka's going nuts, and he deserves to, man. What a fantastic performance by this guy and his team. Just, that's how it feels, man. You love to see it.
Awesome moment for them. Obviously, it wasn't the set 5 barn burner that we were hoping for, but it is very safe to say we had several insanely good quality sets there. That's the best of the best going at each other, fighting for one game at a time. I would say the only one, obviously, that was not close at all was that set 3. It was 2-0, and it certainly felt like it. Every other set, toss a coin, man. It really could have gone back and forth either way. We had some little mistakes there from SSG in this 4th set, though. It's safe to say that he's probably going to lose a little sleep over those crow jumps there. That could have completely turned the momentum of a game. Obviously, it was a strong start for Mini Pekkas. They had the frags in that game number 2, but nonetheless, could have been preventative of things getting out of hand. It could have kept the momentum rolling into a set 5. They went on 3 straight games. They were looking good, but this FA Mini Pekkas team did not waver, and now they've got their 2nd grand finals in a row.
Oh man, I mean, I'm gonna think about that KD jump a lot, but you know, even Pele whiffed, even Michael Jordan sometimes fell over. Zapman wasn't perfect, and so Kyle Dog really feeling the heat of just One small mistake and one giant consequence. We could be casting a set 5 right now if that jump lands. But unfortunately for Kyle Dog, Firecrow, Adinho, their squad and their fans, this one winds up getting cut short. Look at Hooby, 17 kills in general, but it's Pekka that winds up earning the MVP this time around, as voted by y'all at event.brawlstars.com. And I mean, you remember that Piper? You remember that Piper stuff?
I can't forget it.
Yeah,
I'm
going that way too.
Absolutely. How can you not? The guy's been unbelievable today. Just so good through and through. Really impressed from this FA Mini Pekka squad. Obviously, I think SSG had the fan vote, and I don't think that's crazy, right? They do a really good job. They've done multiple months in a row. They have not missed a grand finals yet, but FA Mini Pekkas have found something special. Something's changed. I don't know if it's the drafts, the gameplay, the confidence, whatever it is. They've now got 2 in a row. This is going to make things really spicy for this final month. As a reminder, there's only one World Final spot available, and that one's up for grabs next month.
Mini Pekkas is a talent as old as time, just step by step, improving each step of the way. And they come through here today. They just take care of business in both quarters and semis. It really wasn't close in either of them. No disrespect to anybody out here. And then Space Station Gaming meet them in the grand finals, and Mini Pekkas for the second month in a row wind up with the big capital W. This is how rivalries are formed. Space Station Gaming have an equal now, and it's Mini Pekkas, and Mini Pekkas is running towards that top. 398 to 376 is where our two teams are separated. So you wind up, if this is the same situation next month, Kenny, Mini Pekkas goes to Worlds and SSG are the ones dealing with LCQ. It all comes down to July.
All comes down to July. I want it no other way. As a reminder, too, you get 70 points for that second place. You get 100 if you win. It's just enough for the in-between there. You see 376 versus 398. If we got a repeat in FA Mini Pekkas did again, those 30 points make a difference, right? That's a big deal. So anything can happen next month. We've got Team Queso with a nice little gap between them and 4th place. And obviously SKC losing early. That is not good for them. There's only one more LCQ spot remaining. We know 2 of these teams are guaranteed. It was our 2 grand finalists. We still got to figure out who's guaranteed to Worlds and who that 3rd spot's going to be.
Well, we don't have to question how much fun this region is. Space Station Gaming has been the #1, and now they have an equal contender. It's been a hell of a lot of fun to watch each and every single month. Mini Pekkas with their own little mini story, now joining the main story. And I mean, this is our penultimate month of competition, and it's done now, Kenny. So we have 1 more month of monthly finals in front of us. I mean, I'm not going to ask you to predict the future, but just give me your feels on how South America is feeling headed towards our last one.
I'm riding Mini Pekkas probably 1 more month, to be honest with you, unless something crazy happens. It's been great. Shout out to our man, the prediction master as well, who wishes he could be here for sure, but obviously technical issues alongside it. But he also had Mini Pekkas. He wasn't perfect today, but darn it, he was close.
Yeah, much love to Trav, much love to everybody behind the scenes, and of course you guys out there in chat land. An hour and a half. 4:30 Eastern, that's when North America takes the battlefield. You don't want to miss it. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we will see you in North America. Peace, and much love to you.
Golden, low, does fall down. Nubis pushing in. Now comes Hyper Judge. Super back from Kyodog. Nubis going to land straight on the gems. Nice shot trying to take them, but stopped by Firecrow. He's going to go for the ones in the mid and try to stop Nubis from grabbing those. And they can equalize this one out, but it's grabbed by Golden.
Bro, he's just walking forward. So it's 5 to 10 now. Now it's 10 to 13 though. Maraweka's answer is back. 1 second on the clock and 1 star above. Maraweka's take the set and weave.
Meg has been hitting some great shots. Obviously, Meg has to stand still to capitalize on that extra range. Perfect decision too. Oh, and the clown emote as well.
He's just shooting them. He's just shooting them.
Additional damage as well. Adinho breaking through. Body blocking galore. It's going to be a tough one to pierce, and it is. FA Mini Pekkas have done it. It's a tie in the grand finals in this region and a huge celebration.